45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the meeting. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to approve? or
For you, Madam Chair, there are no minutes to approve today.
And no files to close?
That is correct, Madam Chair. There are no files to close today.
And I understand we have a few deferrals, but first I will ask if there are any conflicts from the panel for this morning's session and/or staff. Mr.
Thank you,
Marziari?
Madam Chair. I have a conflict with application number 6241 Yonge Boulevard.
And the reason for the conflict?
I know the agent.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we can proceed to the deferrals, I believe.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can proceed right to the deferrals this morning. In the AM time slot, we have two deferrals. We'll start with number 4, 88 Park Home Avenue.
Sec.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is this the agent?
No, I'm the homeowner.
Are you presenting the application today or asking for the deferral then?
Oh, I'm asking for a deferral because the planning department and I are working out something they wanted me to do in order for them to approve the deck.
Madam Chair, can we have the speaker's name and address, please?
Could we please have your name and address first?
My name is Linda Kara-Georges. I'm at 88 Park Home Avenue. Do you want the file number?
No, that's okay. We have the file number. Thank you. All right, so we have a deferral request. Any questions of the applicant panel? Okay. Mr. Allison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to bring a motion to defer the subject application. I also cited a few concerns with respect to the building depth, so I'm happy to see that the applicant is working with staff to bring it more in line with the 4 tests. If there's no other comments, I'm happy to bring a motion to defer the subject application.
I second that.
Thank you. All in favor? So that's carried. Thank you. All right, item 5. (59) DIVADALE Drive. Do we have the applicant?
Can you hear me?
You're a little quiet. Could you speak a little louder?
Yes, this is Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Thank you. And the reason for the deferral request today?
The reason is to revise the drawings and minor variances and work with staff to make sure that the next review is more accommodating to the neighborhood.
Okay, we have a number of people registered to speak on this item. Do we have anybody in the audience today here? Hi, could you please come forward? So there's been a deferral request by the applicant, so we only want to hear about the deferral request, not about the merits of the application. Do you have any concern with the deferral? Oh, but your name and address first.
Yeah, it's Jessica Oliver, 57 DIVADALE Drive. I just am hoping to get clarity on what the deferral requires in terms of how significant the changes they have to make before just resubmitting altogether separately, and how much notice we would get to prepare in advance.
So they've requested a deferral to work with staff on some of the variances they've indicated. So I'm not sure what the extent of those are. That will come out in the new notice for the application. It would be notified the same as the previous one was, or the one for today. So you would get notification in the mail of a new hearing date. But we don't know when that would be exactly, because it could take some time for the applicant to work with staff. And kind of all I can offer.
Okay, no, great. I think you received about 20 submissions from neighbors, and so assuming, assuming that we have ample opportunity to provide detailed comments, then I don't see any concern.
Okay, thank you. I think, is there anyone else in the audience on this item? No? So I think we have a number of. Yeah, there are, but they. Oh, okay, you're aligned. Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have people online who wish to speak? Okay. Okay. Mr. Rapson, we are asking for comments on the deferral request by the applicant to defer this application. Do you have any concerns with that? Yes. But we need your name and address.
Yes. My name is Mike Rapson. I'm a member of St. Augustine's Church, and we own the rectory building where our minister and her husband and 3 children live, and that's right behind the address in question.
Okay.
And yes, if we're okay with the deferral.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anybody else we have online? Okay. So just to confirm, the applicant has requested a deferral of this application, so we'd like to know if any of the neighbors have concerns with this deferral request. Please state your name and address first.
Madam Chair, next on the list is Mira Shah. We've unmuted them. Well, we've tried to anyways.
Thank you.
Concerns with the deferral, they're deferring.
That is the request. Could you please state your name and address? Hello?
Mira Shah, 64 DIVADALE Drive.
Thank you. And do you have any concerns with the deferral request today? It basically means that it will come back to a later meeting of the committee.
I do not have any concerns.
Thank you very much. Next person, name and address, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, again, to participants, please allow staff to mute and unmute you. Staff will be responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have a Chris Martin, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Martin? Hello? Hello? Should we maybe move on?
Yeah, perhaps we'll move on to the next. We have a David Smith.
Mr. Smith, if you're there, please state your name and address. Hello?
Madam Chair, there's also a Catherine with David Smith, but we weren't given a last name. There is a Catherine Salmond Perhaps
Okay.
we can unmute and see if,
Sure. Hello, please go ahead. State your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Catherine Salmond at 69 Divadale Drive, and I'm okay with the deferral.
Thank you. All right. Next. Please go ahead. State your name and address. Staff, perhaps, is Mr. Kettle online? Okay, okay. Hello? Anyone?
Hello.
Hello? Name and address, please.
Monica Duhacek,
Thank you.
61 Divadale Drive.
All right, thank you. And you heard the applicant has requested a deferral of this application for today's meeting, so it would come back to a subsequent meeting. Do you have any concern with the deferral request?
I believe we should have a deferral, but I do want to make known that this has been a difficult application, that the applicant had many times to change his plans and didn't consult with a neighbor. And I'm hoping that in the deferral, this applicant will consult more with the neighborhood before the plans are resubmitted. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. The applicant can hear your comments, so. All right. Who, do we go to Mr. Kettle, or do you want to go back? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, name and address, please.
Oh. Am I being heard?
Yes? Name and address
It's
first,
Jeff
please.
Patel. I'm co-president of the East Side Residents Association, and our address there is 1601 Bayview Avenue.
Thank you.
We agree with deferring the application and agree that this application involves a fundamental issue around the application of the multiplex bylaw, and staff need to reconsider the application of the multiplex bylaw in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we want to try the other?
was it Chris that
Yes.
was unresponsive? Okay, let's try Chris. So, Madam Chair, Chris has been unmuted. In WebEx, it shows just the first name we have on file, that is Chris Martin. So again, this is a reminder to participants, if you're logging into WebEx, please use your full name that you registered with. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, I presume, if you're online, could you please state your name and address? Right, I think we have given enough time, and I believe we've heard from a number of the residents who don't seem to have any concerns with the deferral. So we can bring the applicant back. And panel, do we have any questions for this applicant about the deferral? No, all right. I would just suggest to the applicant that you heard from the residents that they would like to be involved in any further discussions. That's totally up to you, but you might want to consider that. All right, we'll take this into committee. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So I'll make a motion to approve the deferral of this application, sine die, to give the applicant a chance to revise this application with staff as well as the community members in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, second that. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Your application has been deferred.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go back to item 1. (120) Florence Avenue. Do we have the agent in the audience, or are we online?
Online, Madam Chair, Franco Romano, Action Planning, Registered Planner, 321 Lakeshore.
All right, thank you. So we have an application for consent to sever 120 Florence into 2 separate properties. And we have a number of variances requested as well for this. We have variances for east and west side yards, height of front yard platform, porch side yard setback, front porch canopy setback, rear deck projection into rear yard, rear deck side yard setback, and main pedestrian entrance elevation, lot area, lot coverage, height of exterior side main walls. On file, we have survey, plans, Development Engineering and Transportation Report, TRCA Report, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection Memo, Heritage Preservation Services Report, Metrolinx memo, urban forestry comments, 2 letters of support and 1 letter of objection, and we have a late community planning report on this application. So we will hear from the applicant. You can give us a presentation on the applications, and then we don't have anybody here to speak to it, but we'll hear your application and perhaps ask some questions. You can go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, in the meantime, we will put up the late staff report.
Yes, please.
Especially for the benefit of the applicant.
I've seen the report. If we can bring up the site plan, please. And also, I'd like to remove the lot coverage variance for both files,
yes.
please.
So, sorry, to remove the lot coverage for both?
Yes, please.
Okay, could we address the public meeting notice and identify the variance?
Yes, for part 1, it would be variance number 11. For part 2, it would be variance number 11.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the site plan that you've asked to bring up, is that your presentation?
No, but I'm going to start with the site plan. If staff can bring up the site plan, it'd be fantastic. So, Madam Chair, as you've succinctly noted, the proposal is to subdivide the existing lot into 2 parcels. Each parcel would be 7.62 meters in lot frontage, and each parcel is about 301.9 square meters in lot area. Staff's brought up my presentation, which is great as well. There is no building length variance or building depth or building height variance. And in terms of the 3 neighbors that have written in, all 3 are supportive of the severance application. And that is both neighbors on either side of the subject site, as well as 127 Florence across the street. On slide number 1, if we go back to slide number 1, please, we'll see I have a property map, and this is locating the subject site. It's the 2nd block west from Yonge Street. And in blue, I have highlighted lots that are less than 15 meters in lot frontage. And there are 80% on Florence Avenue are less than 15 meters. And in terms of those lots that are 7.62 meters or less, 19% on Florence Avenue, or 7.62 meters or smaller. So, in other words, how many lots are 15 meters or larger on Florence? About the same as there are lots that are 7.62 meters and smaller. So the proposal in terms of lot frontage and lot area is fitting in and compatible with what exists. Slide number 1 shows 140 Florence Avenue. Right now, if you go look at the property, it's one lot, but it has been approved for severance of 2 lots of 7.62 meters each. And we'll see that the proposal is strikingly similar to this lot in this 140 Florence. 140 Florence also has a building height variance that the subject site does not have. Slide number 2 shows properties a little to the west in the next block. 157, 159 Florence, in terms of height and massing, it's very strikingly similar. Although 157, 159 Florence have lot frontage of 10.17 meters, the lot area is about the same, it's 396. 133, 135 Cameron is 1 block south of the subject site, pretty much close to where the subject site is in terms of north-south orientation. Those lots are also 7.62 meters. And however, the difference there is on Cameron, within that same block, there is no other lot that is 7.62 meters. And the subject site is different in that regard because there are several lots that are 7.62 meters. Slide number 3, we'll see 119, 121, and 123 Florence. These lots are also 7.62 meters in frontage, and we'll see that they have building heights and wall heights of 9.64 meters. 92 Florence is a lot that is, this is the right-hand side of this page. 92 Florence is a 12.19 meter lot frontage, but it's strikingly similar in terms of physical features. Slide number 4 shows 90, 88, 86, and 84 Florence, all 7.62 meters, building height of 9.98 to 10.03, side yards, just like what we've seen in the other slides, of 0.6 to 0.9 meters, also wall height of 9.98 to 10.03 meters. So what is being proposed on the subject site is strikingly similar. These are in the same block, the same side of the street. Slide number 5 shows 70, 68B, 68A, 32, 30, and 28 Florence. On slide number 5, the 3 properties in the upper left, all 7.62 meters. The 3 properties in the upper right, they are 7.11 meters in frontage, so they're actually smaller. Slide number 6 shows Johnson. So we have other properties within the neighborhood that have a similar lot frontage and wall height. And slide number 7 shows the relationship of the proposal to neighboring properties. To the left is 126 Florence. And you'll see that that is a building height that's a little taller. The proposal is shown with a parapet. So I would submit that variances in the consent satisfy all consent criteria and tests, represents good planning, and should be approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from panel about this? Mr. Allison, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for Mr. Romano. I'm trying to understand a little bit just about differentiating between what we're considering immediate neighborhood versus kind of more the broader neighborhood. And I just want to, my first question to Mr. Romano is, how did you define those boundaries?
Yes, thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. Staff can go back to slide number 1, please. Sorry for having you toggle up, but the immediate context is the same block and the block opposite. So in between Pewter and Botham on Florence Avenue. Florence Avenue, I'm looking at the immediate adjacent context. It's the 2 blocks on either side of 1 block west of Pewter and 1 block east of Botham. And I've also reviewed the neighborhood, and I'm happy to give those statistics as well.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, for immediate area neighborhood, we're looking on Florence Avenue, and we're looking at the immediate block, but also the blocks to the east of Botham Road and the block west of Pewter Road.
Through Madam Chair, no. The immediate context is the same block that the subject site is in, and the block opposite. So on this map, you'll see the subject site is in red. And if you look to the left, you'll see Pewter Road. And if you look to the right, you'll see Botham Road. So Pewter and Botham run north-south. That is the immediate context. Florence Avenue, same side of the street. So the north side of Florence and the south side of Florence between Pewter and Botham. That's the immediate context.
Okay, and you provided a couple of examples on Cameron Avenue. I should ask, in your opinion, is there a difference between immediate and broader context in this case?
Thank you for that question, through Madam Chair. In terms of the Cameron example, and staff are way ahead of me here, so I too, thank you. The broader context is exactly the same. In terms of the immediate context, I would say that there are some differences. The first difference is that on the south side of Cameron, within the same block that those lands are located, there is not a single lot that is 7.62 meters wide. They are all 15.24 meters and larger. On the block opposite, so the north side of Cameron, there are several lots that are 7.62 meters. I would say that it's pretty similar to what we see for the entirety of the immediate context for Florence on both sides. So there is some difference there.
Okay, fair enough. And just one more question. If I just want to hone in on the immediate context. So on Florence Avenue, between Botham and Pewter, there was a diagram that you submitted highlighting all of the properties that are less than 15 meters, I believe. But of those properties, are we talking a slight reduction for some of them, or most of them, I should say, less than 15? Or of those, my question is, which ones are, I mean, essentially half? You know, which ones are we talking about? I think you brought up there were 4 properties closer to Botham Road, and then, if I'm not mistaken, 2 properties closer to the subject property, so a total of 6. Is that correct in my sort of observation?
Thank you for that question, through Madam Chair. There are 10 properties within the immediate context that are 7.62 meters in lot frontage.
Okay, thank you.
10 properties. Represents 23% of the properties within the immediate context.
Okay, I've got 84, 86, 88, and 90, and then 121 and 123. What am I missing?
140.
140, okay.
Two lots, and you're too fast for me, sir. I don't know if
I'm sorry. Yeah, so there's a grouping of 4 closer to Botham. I'll just.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr.
That is 80. That is 84, 86, 88, and 90 are all 7.62 meters. Then there is 140, which I don't have the municipal addressing, but there are 2 properties at 140. So that might be 140 and 142 Florence. They're not built right now, but that's slide number 1, the site plan and the elevations. So those are all on the same side of the north side of Florence as the subject site. And then on the opposite side, have to look at my numbers here. 123, 123A,
I think it may perhaps, is it 121 and 123?
It could be,
Or
yes. if they're
maybe
the
it might be
municipal address
123,
or-
123A, actually, to your point. But
Correct.
anyways, I think I counted a total then of, we got 8 in the immediate, boundary.
Oh, there are 10. So just let me, if I can just go to my spreadsheet here and I'll get.
For sure.
Thank you. From 140. So there is 84 Florence, 84A Florence, 88 A and B Florence. And again, the municipal addressing is a little different on my spreadsheet as vis-a-vis what's on the property map today. But those would be basically the 84, 86, 88, and 90 Florence, 123, 123A Florence, 137 Florence, and then the 2 140s.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Good. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions from panel? Staff, if we could bring up the late staff report, please. And Mr. Romano, you've had a look at this late staff report. Could you please comment on the recommendation of staff is to refuse the application? Perhaps you could provide a bit of comment on your position on the staff report.
Certainly. Well, I disagree with the staff report. Firstly, I'll say that they are referencing the wrong section of the official plan, but I'll just speak to the lot sizes. If we go to the bottom of page 3, the first sentence of the bottom of page 3, the last paragraph, it says the proposed lot sizes combined with reduced side yard setbacks and side main wall heights create concerns related to overdevelopment. And I totally disagree. I have shown simply 6 slides, several properties, and I'm happy to count them all, that have the exact same lot size, the exact same side yard setback. In many instances, they are 0.6 meters in side yard setback that are being proposed, and side main wall heights that extend to 10.1 meters in height. We see them in flat as well as in shallow sloped roof conditions. The proposal is in no way any different than what currently exists and what is being forming the development in terms of lots and in terms of setbacks and wall height within the immediate context and within the broader context, and certainly along Florence itself. Half and 2 paragraphs above that say that the majority of the lot above that, let's see, so it is at the 3rd paragraph of, from the bottom of page 3. We can just go, we'll see that paragraph says the lot study area undertook by city staff includes a total of 186 lots. The majority of these lots have lot frontages greater than 10 meters in areas of 340 square meters or more. Planning staff in this report have introduced a new criterion that is not found in the official plan and not found in the consent criteria or in the minor variance section 45 of the Planning Act, and that is the term majority. Nowhere in those planning instruments is the term majority discussed, and I would say that the majority, if we're looking at majority, the majority are smaller than 15 meters. Within the neighborhood, 70% of the lots within the neighborhood are smaller than 15 meters. So this is an exercise of mathematics, looking at mathematics. And when we look at mathematics and a specific number, we are losing context. The context for this subject site is that it sits within a physical context that has a generous supply of lots that are the same size or strikingly similar to what is being proposed. And in terms of built form, exactly the same, whether it's a 10-meter wide lot or a 7.62-meter wide lot. So I disagree with the staff conclusions, and what is being proposed here is very much compatible, in keeping, respects, and reinforces the neighborhood character. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for you. I'm struggling with the intent of the zoning bylaw. This is the lot sizes that you're proposing are half what is required by the zoning bylaw. How do you address that test of the Planning Act?
Yes, thank you for that question, Madam Chair. It's an astute question because the zoning bylaw is not kept up with reality within this neighborhood. It has in part east of Botham where it allows lots of 7.5 meters under the same official plan designation. The 15 meters that applies to the subject site is outdated, and clearly it's outdated. Because what we see in the neighborhood is 70% of lots are smaller than 15 meters, and within the immediate context, it's 61% are smaller than 15 meters. So in terms of the zoning bylaw, one must not be fixated on what that number says. One must look at how has that number manifested itself on the ground in physical reality on the subject site and the neighborhood and the street. And that is where the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw comes in. So the number under that zoning bylaw that applies citywide says 15, but what we see physically is in reality there are a substantial number of lots that are less than 15. And that is where the general intent and purpose comes into play. Because the general intent and purpose is not to achieve a specific number. If that were the case, there wouldn't be any approved minor variances anywhere at any time. General intent and purpose is to accommodate an appropriate size lot within the surrounding sites, the surrounding lands lot fabric. A lot fabric in this instance is clearly one that has a generous supply of lots that are less than 15 meters, and the proposal satisfies that general intent and purpose. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to take this item into committee. Unless there are any further questions, I don't see any. All right, who would like to take it on? Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to start us off. I'll just start by saying this is a pretty tough file. Might actually have been the most difficult file I reviewed today. And I think Mr. Romano for kind of helping to kind of establish, at least for us, sort of what immediate versus broader and kind of hone in on kind of really what is going to weigh our decision in this case. I would agree with Mr. Romano in this case with respect to his definition of the immediate area, which would be Florence Avenue between Botham and Pewter Road. I think there was a lot of noise, frankly. I think with respect to some of the submissions made with respect to Cameron Avenue is a very different block pattern. And actually Florence Avenue, if you go east of Botham, also is a very different block pattern, a lot smaller lots. And what you're seeing actually in this block, I think what initially it was a very well-defined block of 40 and 50 foot wide properties. And what we've seen through some of the examples that Mr. Romano provided us are a lot of recent approvals that are very similar in nature. There's a row of four very close to Botham Avenue, but then there's also some more recent approvals at 123, 123A, and then also two more across the street. I should also note this street, this block, a lot of properties have been the subject of much discussion at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. And I've seen decisions go both ways. So it makes it very complicated in this respect. I'm leaning towards supporting the severance just because I think that it is a block. The immediate block is one that is in transition. I think had it just been some properties or the consents have been closer to the edge condition, I bought them, I'd be less supportive of it. But I do, you know, there's an example on the opposite side of the street, and then also on the other, just a little further down. So this is it really also is a question, I guess, for us whether or not the transition of this block is going to be one that's done through committee through these approvals one at a time, or it's something that would require a plan amendment from the city. So I'll leave it there for now. I do have a few thoughts about the variances, but perhaps we should just deal with the severance first. I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Allison. I think it's definitely not a straightforward application, but I drove by this neighborhood a lot. It's a changing neighborhood south of Shepherd. I know there is no precedence in the immediate neighbor, but in the Browder, there are lots of severance happening with 25-foot lots. So to me, I think the severance application is a supportable application. I don't have any issue also with the variances since the lots are becoming smaller. I think the variance is becoming minor. So in general, I support this application.
Thank you. Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I am also supportive and agree with my colleagues in the sense that, yeah, sometimes when we look at the character of a neighborhood, it's that given street, and sometimes it is broader. But I think the applicant has come in with quite a bit of like persuasive evidence for me that makes me lean on the side of supporting this particular application. So I think those would be my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Allison.
Yeah, if I may, I had a few comments about, it seems like the committee is in favor of a consent, or at least there's enough support to that a motion might pass for consent. I did have a few comments just with respect to the variances. I think that we need to be sensitive when we are allowing this type of intensification on streets, properties. We're going from a 50-foot wide lot to a 25-foot wide lot. So I think there needs to be a little bit of consideration with respect to the types of massing that is produced as a result of those severances. I had a little bit of concern with respect to the overall height. Again, we've had a lot of discussion in our committee about this typology, which I think is very common in the neighborhood. But with the flat roof and the garage and then the 2 stories above it, it really does push up the overall, a lot of the height variances that come up. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. I also a little bit of concern with the main pedestrian height at 1.51 meters, just in relation to some of the other properties on the street. But I'd like to perhaps hear from my colleagues if they have any concern with that.
Anyone? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, I would concur with what my colleague is saying as well, that there needs to be a sensitive approach should we proceed with positive severance for this property.
I too share your concerns with the main pedestrian height and the building height. I assume you're talking about the exterior main walls? Is that?
Yeah, just the overall height. I mean, I look, you know, I understand everybody wants 10-foot ceilings and 9-foot ceilings, you know, on their second level. I think there has to be some sort of constraints. If you want, you know, it's a 50-foot wide lot, right? You can easily achieve that with a single home. When you are creating a different different home, and you're also creating a different typology to accommodate a garage, but still maintain an entire floor, two stories above that garage, there needs to be some mitigation. I also might add that, you know, just given the nature of the typology, we're not just the reduction in height. You still have those taller heights in other parts of the house, you know. So I just think that's something that I might, if I would put a motion for approving the consent, I would like to propose modifying the height. I'm just sorry. I had a lot of notes on this file, and I want to make sure that I've properly captured everything.
Through you, Madam Chair, just a note to the panel. If you're going to do some modification, can you just please mention if it's part 1 or part 2? We can put it up, if it will help you, on the screen. Just we want to make absolutely sure which changes we are recording.
Perhaps we could put the variances for part 1 up first so we can see it.
Yeah, I might add, yeah, my three notes on the variances for part 1 and part 2 are all height related. So it would be variance number 3 and variance number 8, which they both work kind of in tandem. Variance number 3 would permit that front porch to be raised up to 1.36 meters, which then would also facilitate the main pedestrian entrance to be 1.51 meters. I think that can easily be accommodated to create an entrance that is more compatible with some of the entrance heights on the street. And then variance number 12 on both part 1 and part 2 with respect to the side main wall height. I think there would require a modification for me to support an approval of the variances.
Do you have a modification in mind for those?
I do, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So let's start with part 1. I think the variances are probably the same for both, but let's start with part 1. And it was variance number 3 to start.
Yeah, I would be actually refusing. It's pretty close to the 1.2. I think 1.2 is sufficient. I would look to refuse variance number 3 and number 8. Yes, if everybody's following, looking at a refusal of variance number 3, number 8 for part 1 and part 2, and a reduction of the side exterior main wall height to 8.5 meters.
So that's variance 12.
Variance number 12. No issues with the other variances. I did have a slight concern with variance number 5 for is sort of an architectural feature. There was an example that Mr. Romano pulled up, an approval. It didn't have that detail that kind of carried over to the side, and that just, my concern really was about the kind of reduction in the setback. But I think that one's okay.
Okay, staff, do we have that We have, for part 1, we're talking about refusing variance 3 and 8.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I just, that's a motion?
Would you
Mr.
like to do a
Allison's
motion
motion.
and see where it goes?
Yeah.
It would need to be a motion.
Okay. All right, through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to bring a motion to approve the consent portion of this application, and as well approve the variances as follows. So approve variance number 1, approve variance number 2, refuse variance number 3.
Sorry, this is for part 1.
It's for part 1 and 2.
Part 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So they are the same?
They are the same. There's a, more or less, there's a 4-inch difference in height. But
I just
think they
mean,
can work that
I mean
out.
the numbering of the variances.
Yes, yeah. So it would be for part 1 and part 2. So approve variance number 1 for part 1 and 2. Approve variance number 2. Refuse variance number 3. Approve variance number 4. Approve variance number 5. Approve variance number 6. Approve variance number 7. Refuse variance number 8. Approve variance number 9, approve variance number 10, approve variance number 11, and modify variance number 12 from 9.88 meters to 8.5 meters.
Sorry, I think the applicant is eliminating variance 11 already. You mentioned that.
Oh,
Yes.
he did remove the lot coverage. So we should.
He amended it, so
Can we get the, I thought it was removed. Do you
Yeah.
have the amendment? It was removed altogether. Okay. So yeah, we'll be removing the lot coverage variance, remove number 11. I apologize for that. I also see conditions noted in the development review memo. I'd like to include those. Nothing from TRCA, Metrolinx, or RNFP, so we don't have to worry about that. There are some conditions noted in the Heritage Preservation Services report. And then for part 2 only, there's an urban forestry number 3 condition. Did we get all that? I know this was a tough one.
staff?
Madam Chair, through you, would you deem it appropriate to also add on, since we're approving, the standard consent conditions?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I second that.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Mr. Marziari, seconded. All right, all those in favor of the motion we have on the floor? We have 3 in favor of the motion, all opposed to the motion. We have 2 opposed. That motion is carried. Thank you, your application has been approved as amended.
Thank you very much for your kind deliberation, your assistance, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. All right, that was a doozy. Item number 2. 3 Whitewood Road. This is an application for a 1-story addition with porch and steps and a second suite in the basement. We have variances for side yard, for a semi-detached roof eave projection, side yard platform, projection beyond west lot line, exterior stair projection, floor space index, exterior stair encroachment into west side yard. On file, we have a survey, plans, a community planning report, and urban forestry conditions. Do we have the applicant with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, name and address.
Yes, good morning, committee members. My name is Murray Fern. My address is 20 Ferris Road, East York, Ontario, M4B1G1. And I'm the applicant, agent, and designer representing the owners of 3 Whitewood Road.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, I have no changes, no.
All
I
right.
do have a little monologue here.
Okay. I don't believe we have anyone here no one in the audience to speak to this item. All right. Panel, do we want a presentation? We do want a presentation. All right, you have 5 minutes to present to us. Go ahead.
Yeah. Our proposal today is to demolish the existing front porch and steps, as you can see, just as you had that little drawing up there. Demolish the existing front porch and steps and construct a new one-story addition, which is about 5.99 meters squared, or about 64 square feet, with a new porch and steps for access, and a second suite in the basement, which is accessed by the basement walkout. We also are proposing interior alterations to the existing dwelling. As you have stated, in order to construct our new addition and basement walkout, we require 6 variances: the side yard setback, a roof eave setback, the side yard platform encroachment, exterior stair encroachment, a floor space index, and exterior stair setback. The existing dwelling is accessed off of Whitewood Road, which is only 1.23 meters from the property line. Any addition must be set back 0.9 meters, or 3 feet from the property line. Variance number 3 and 4 pertain to our exterior porch and steps and require encroachment agreements. From the very beginning of our design process, I've been in contact with right-of-way management and the transportation department, and they told me that committee of adjustment would be required before they could issue any encroachment agreement. And as stated previously, our house is accessed off of Whitewood Road. This access from the property line to the house is only 1.23 meters. All or most of the other houses in the neighborhood have a setback of about 4 meters. And if I could, I don't know if I can refer the committee members to the public hearing notice, which will be page number 5, which shows our property in relationship to the neighborhood. Can you do that? It's on the public hearing notice itself. Yeah, there you go. Now you can see from that where our property is, all the houses, whether it's on Davisville Avenue or on our street, are set back, and I did the calculation, approximately 4 meters from the property line, from to where they access the house. Our house there on the corner, again, is accessed by Whitewood Road, and we only have 1.23 meters from the property line. So this puts us in a no-win situation. Any addition more than 0.3 meters, or 12 inches, would require a variance. The existing house has a covered porch and steps in the same location as our proposal. I would like to emphasize that in my conversations and site visit with right-of-way management, they indicated to me that if this existing structure, along with other timber walls on the property, were removed, that they could approve an encroachment agreement. This encroachment agreement would approve the landing and steps as per our site plan, as long as the landing and steps were set back a minimum of 0.5 meters, or 1 foot 8 inches from the property line. And their general manager is satisfied with the encroachment. With regards to the urban forestry, we have shown on the existing site plan the tree to be protected. Only a small foundation for support of the exterior stair will impact the tree. This foundation wall will be hand dug in order to protect the roots of the tree. As per the forestry conditions, we will submit an application to injure. I would like to refer to the planning comments. In paragraph number 2 of the planning report, states that there is no adequate space within the front yard to support the proposed development. Well, the proposal is actually in the side yard. It's not in the front yard. It also states that staff cannot support any development beyond the property line. This is exactly why I've been in contact with right-of-way management. They do have the authority to permit encroachments within the public right-of-way. One of the main reasons we pursued this design is that the right-of-way management could approve those encroachments. We have done all our due diligence, in speaking with the various authorities, and the owner has spoken to all his adjacent neighbors and the neighbors across the street, which would look at our addition. We feel our proposal is compatible with the neighborhood and is minor in nature, and we hope that the committee members can see to approve our application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do panel have some questions for the applicant? Mr. Allison, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the applicant, I'm just wondering, did you look at the possibility of access from the rear side of that addition, just to get away from this encroachment concern with city staff?
Yeah. Well, the reason we're putting on this addition, and again, it's like 6 square meters anyways, is that inside the existing house, he wanted to have, or inside the house, existing house, there's no powder room or no closet when you come in. So he wanted to have a powder room and a closet when you come in the front door, and that could only be worked out if we have that access again from Whitewood Road there. Just no other design would work out with us.
Right, and the access, my understanding, the access is not available from the main road side on Davisville because the stair's going to be taken out for a basement stair.
Yes.
So would there anything that would prohibit the basement stair being put on the opposite side, being accessed starting from the side rear yard?
Well, again, the basement stair, virtually, you don't see it at all. I mean, maybe the wall around the perimeter of it is 6 inches above the ground level, so you really don't see that basement stair access at all from the street or anywhere. And again, this is just having the right-of-way management people over there to the house and them indicating to us that as long as, and you can see that dimension from the sidewalk there, as long as it was 0.5 meters from the sidewalk, that they would be able to approve our encroachment, the steps that come up to the house and the landing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a question. Is that entrance is the main entrance to the house, is it not? The original main entrance to the house?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And the reason this situation exists is because it's a corner lot.
Yes.
I mean, the way the house is
And somebody has
situated.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes.
And
I was going to say somebody previously had built an addition there, like a porch and a cupboard with a roof over the top of it, which obviously was built without a permit. And this is what I said to the owners, that we really have to do this legally if we want to get this addition approved.
Thank you. And staff, I don't see comments from anyone in Transportation Services.
I don't see anything right now, Madam Chair, but just for the benefit of the applicant, I can't remember, did you want us to put up the staff report, which recommended refusal?
Yes, please.
Just want to make sure the applicant saw it.
Yeah, no, I have a copy of it.
And the staff report does not make any reference to the right-of-way group either. Any comments?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that, because that's, I mean, I've done this previously in my 40-year career, had landings and steps on city property, again, approved by right-of-way management, in exactly similar situations like this, when we really don't have the space from the, from the dwelling to the property line to, as I said, it's only 1.23 meters.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments or questions? I guess questions of the applicant before we take it into committee? No? All right, so we'll take this into committee now to make a decision. I think it's strange that we don't have any comments from Transportation Services. They comment on every other application about the width of the right-of-way and any impact to the right-of-way, so I'm a little surprised that we don't have any benefit of those comments. Personally, I don't really have a concern with this application. It's very much keeping similar context to what is there right now, and it's been there probably for a long time. And I think these situations arise, and if we were to approve it, they still need the approval of the encroachment agreement. They would still be required to get that. So if they can't get it, they would have to change their plans. Those are my comments.
Through you, Madam Chair, I agree with you. I just want to point out that also the existing fence already encroached into the public right-of-way, so I think the stair is not as dominant as the existing fence. So to me, I think it's minor, although we have a negative report from staff, but I think I support this application.
Mr. Allison?
I'll just chime in. I differ on the opinion. I think that the stair comes, frankly, it's just too much. It comes really close to the sidewalk. It's not a small encroachment. I do feel for the applicant. I don't think it's a reasonable intensification, but he's clearly running into some logistical issues with stairs. You know, again, I know it's not our job to, propose solutions, but I would be supportive of the variances without the encroachment. I think even just turning the stair 90 degrees so it's perpendicular to the house and the addition, so it still comes out, but it doesn't come all the way to the sidewalk, would be a substantial improvement. I also think there's quite a bit of opportunity to, whether that basement stair could be flipped opposite and accessed from the side yard, but starting from the rear down. There's a couple of options here. If anyone else, just seeing as other comments, perhaps Mr. Marziari wants to make a motion, see where it goes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make a motion. I know there are other design ways to, make this impact less, but I think we have to deal with the application in front of us. So, as I said, I don't have any concerns, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application subject to urban forestry condition. That is condition number 1.
Sorry? Oh, thank you, Ms. Sankar. It seconds the application. Okay, all those in favor of the motion we have on the floor. So that's 3 in favor. All those opposed? 2 opposed. That motion is carried. Your application has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 3, 325 Hillcrest Avenue. This is an application for a new dwelling, variances for building height, east and west side, exterior main wall height, front and rear main wall height, main pedestrian entrance elevation, number of stories, dormers that are part of the main wall, lot coverage, front exterior stair width, and parking space width. On file, we have revised variances, previous decision from 2012, a survey, plans, arborist report, urban forestry comments, and a late community planning report. Do we have our applicant?
Good morning, committee. Good morning, Madam Chair. Jonathan Venskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Thank you very much. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Essentially, the changes we're making mimic the staff report that removes variance number 3, which is the permitted height of all front and rear main walls, as well as variance number 6, which essentially deals with the dormers that exceed the part of the main roof wall height. So the proposal before you today eliminates those 2 variances. As per the staff report, we were okay with the condition tying it to those plans. I'm happy to speak to a couple of things that I think might jump out at the committee as it relates to the number of stories and the actual look of the building. Because although we are requesting a 3-story building, it functionally is a 2-story building. I will say it does look like a 3-story building because of the dormers at the front, but I can quickly run through why it's not, how it's not accessible at that stage, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are we comfortable having a quick presentation then by the applicant? All right, go ahead, Mr. Brinkowski.
Yeah, so if we could bring up the second floor, please. I'll start there as it relates to the request for the 3 stories, because again, when we do look at the front elevation, it really does look like a 3-story home. So if we start at the second floor here, just waiting for it to come up, Madam Chair. So yes, if we go to the second floor, what we'll see on the second floor is there is no stair that accesses those dormers. One more page down, please. Thank you. If we could just zoom in a little bit. The only stairs located on the second floor, as we can see on the right, are in the direction of down. There is no access at all that is proposed to the 3rd floor dormers that front HILLCREST. They're essentially just an architectural feature. Now, again, if we see here, we only see a down as we come from the right to the left or from the south to the north. If we could continue on down into the front elevation, please. We do see here those 3 front dormers that do front HILLCREST. Again, as we reference it on the second floor, those are not accessed at all. There is no ability to access from the second floor. We would be happy with the condition that speaks to the habitable space of the 3rd floor not being there. So again, it does look conventionally more like a 3-story house than what is generally before you usually, but that is not accessible at all. And that variance as it relates to parts of those dormers have also been removed. So we are happy to have that as a condition, that it not be accessible space.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the agent? Mr. Allison, go ahead.
Does Mr. Bankowski have any precedent for the overall height as well as the main pedestrian height? Specifically with the main pedestrian height, I do make the observation that in the block, it is characteristic typically of lower heights. There's some elevated entrances, but they all seem to be under 1.2 meters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Allison, you are correct. This is a portion of HILLCREST that really hasn't seen as much development as the surrounding portions, kind of between that corridor of Shepherd going north between Bayview and Yonge. That hasn't really occurred along this stretch of HILLCREST itself. So this would be one of the more newer dwellings that are located there. What I would say in terms of the height itself, we're looking for a half a meter increase to the height. We have worked with planning to reduce the main wall height massing, as well as eliminate those dormers and the habitable space. The pedestrian entrance in reality is really 1.4 meters above grade as it faces the street. If we zoom in on the spot elevations, that porch is actually 1.4 meters above the grade. So again, as I look at 0.2 meters with, again, a street that will start to see very similar to what we have here, which is the removal of an existing bungalow. And if we zoom in here, we can see it is a very tiny dwelling that is dotted in, almost essentially the size of the garage that we are proposing. We will start to see development and then buildings that really mimic this built form within that neighborhood. And again, along the stretch of Hillcrest Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Marziari.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks. I have a question about main floor plan. I think the rear deck is labeled incorrectly as upper rear deck, the lower portion. Is this supposed to be lower rear deck? Because that's going to be a huge deck if it's all raised.
Yes, if we could go to the side elevation.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking. So I think it's lowered, but the label is saying it's upper rear deck.
So there are two portions of that rear deck. Oh, I do, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mazzieri, I do see what you're saying. That should say lower rear deck.
Okay.
Yes, correct. That is a typo on the plan. Yeah. So if we were to go to that side elevation, and that would also be captured if meritorious through the planning condition of the substantial accordance with what we've submitted. If we were to go one more, yes, if we go over to the right a little bit, yeah, we can see it is a two-level deck with the lower deck just being marginally above grade, about 0.9 meters as it exists there. So again, really in terms of privacy and overlook, with the 0.9 meters being essentially 3 feet, I don't see an issue. But you are correct, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mazzieri, that should say lower rear deck, not upper rear deck.
Okay, thanks for clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Allison.
Is there any concern if we were to support some of the height variances to just tie that height to the side elevations?
Through you, Madam Chair.
No, sorry.
I have no issue with tying the plans to anything, Mr. Allison.
Just acknowledge there's a slight angular plane which mitigates the overall height, versus a flat roof that might just go all the way up on the front main wall. So I'll put that out there.
Through you, Madam Chair, I completely agree that would be appropriate. Again, if we were to go to the front, you could see there was a small pitch on both sides, which would mitigate that.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions of the applicant? No? I think we can take it into committee. Comments, questions, motions? Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, if there are no other comments or questions, I feel ready to make a motion because I do believe that this application, to me, I'm persuaded by the comments made by the applicant here today, and I'm also persuaded by the fact that he's made steps to report. There is no burning other concerns that I have unless anybody else wants to state that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Before you make your motion, I'm generally supportive of the application. I do have concern with variance number 4 with respect to the main pedestrian height. To the applicant's submission, he did acknowledge this block hasn't really been touched versus some of the more broader neighborhood, and I just don't feel comfortable sort of kind of now setting that as a precedent where you get the first house on the street that with a door up that high. I think that can be mitigated just so that we can control that in the future applications that we may see on this block. My only comment, but thank you, Ms. Sankar, also.
Sorry, can I just make a comment on that statement? The applicant has accommodated stairs within it looks like on the main floor, as well as the outside. So I'm not sure what the impact would be on design if we were to not support that? I mean, previously we have approved 1.5 as a max, kind of.
I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Okay.
So,
Okay, Ms. Sankar, maybe you can proceed with your motion.
Okay, that's good because I didn't know how to go about, and I don't think it's, the role to sort of redesign or see how this will be done. I didn't have such a big concern about number 4, but I can see where my colleague is coming from as well. But with that, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. And I'll make it subject to the changes that were made by the applicant here today to meet the staff report of February 13th. And I'll make this subject to forestry condition number 4. Thank you.
I think it's forestry number 1. Am I wrong?
Sorry,
That's okay.
I might have written it down incorrectly
Oh, that's
here,
okay.
but let me.
Do we agree it's 1? Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to know if staff could check it. Is it number 1?
I think so. Yes, I'll get that.
if I may add a friendly amendment, through you, Madam Chair, just to tie the height variance, the extra 0.49 meters to the side elevations, just to ensure that we are maintaining that angular plane on the front and rear main walls.
And do we want to tie it to the site plan substantially in accordance with for that deck issue? Does that help?
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea either.
Okay.
Is the variance?
I accept those amendments. Yeah.
All right.
Did she accept the
Yes,
amendment?
she did.
She did. Okay, I'm happy to second it then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Allison seconds the motion. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Your application has been approved. Thank you. Yes. All right, I think we need a 5-minute break.
Item 6, when we're back. What a tough morning. straightforward ones coming up.
So what they're gonna do is once the avenues goes into effect, stage two is to go back and assess the designation of the properties that we want to be avenues. They would take them, that would take them out of the designation potentially. Put them in other, so Meter Street's one of them. Avenue's been in the OP since although we're supposed to do Avenue 7 Street. That was on the OP, so developers can do it, or just do a lot. Most people for high-rise right now, getting rental, they were under construction. Or they haven't gone to market. Those that are in the planning process, let's get the planning process going. Well, you contacted me about the Florence. Yeah. What's happening? It's my house. I'm trying to buy it. Well, in there. What about
Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. We have items 4 and 5 were deferred, so we are now on item 6, 241 Yonge Boulevard. We have, this is an application for a new detached dwelling with a balcony in the front and rear and a rear yard deck. We have variances for front yard setback, rear yard projections, south side yard setback to the second floor balcony, height of front exterior main walls, building length, south side yard, north side yard, and area of a platform at the second story. On file, we have a survey, plans, revised plans. Sorry, I just have a typo in my notes. Revision notice, photos, community planning report, urban forestry memo, letters of objection from 10 Sandringham. Do we have the applicant with us?
Madam Chair, could I just
Oh, yes.
confirm
I'm
that?
sorry. Mr. Marziari has a conflict, so he'll
Thank
step
you,
out
Madam
for this
Chair. I'm
item.
gonna see
Thank
that,
you.
please.
Thanks for the reminder.
Morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Name and address, please.
Ida Evangelista, 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
All right. I don't think we have anybody here for this application. Do we want a presentation? Unless there's something you want to point out to us specifically, we may have some questions for you.
Okay. I just would like to state that we have worked with planning. This is an irregular shaped lot. I believe the architect did a great job in dealing with the features of the lot. We've pushed back the house an extra meter, so now we have amended the public hearing notice as the front yard setback will now read 10.36 meters. And I would like to add that that is only for the portion of the garage. We have on the first floor, the main wall setback is 11.32 meters. And on the second floor, as it just cantilevers slightly over the first floor, we have a setback. My apologies, I got that in reverse. The first floor sets back 12.46 and the second floor sets back 11.32. So it does align with the neighboring properties. I believe that I'm open to any questions if you may have, or if you prefer like a quick presentation. I just wanted to make a note that we did alter the front yard setback.
All right, so that's a change to the variance number 1. So the proposed front yard setback is
10.36.
Thank you. I don't think we need a presentation. There may be a question or two. Go ahead, Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm with the applicant that the site plan received by committee on February 4th, 2025 is the most up-to-date site plan.
I believe we sent us, yes, just 1 second.
No problem. I see the front yard
is
setback's been updated to 10.36 for only the garage portion.
Perfect. Then, yes, through you, Madam Chair, Member Allison, that you do have the correct site plan.
Okay, and any concern tying variance number 1, 2, 5, and 7 to the site plan?
Through you, Madam Chair, Member Allison, no concerns.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
And that would be to the revised site plan, correct?
Yeah, the revised site plan, yes.
All right.
Madam Chair, sorry, if you're going to make that condition, I want to make sure I have the right date on the plan. Thank you.
When we get to the motion, we will. All right. Any other questions of the applicant? No? All right, let's take this into committee for a decision. Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. If no one else wishes to speak to this, I think I'm pretty okay with this application. And I can move forward with a motion to approve this application with the changes made by the applicant to address the staff report of February 12th. And that is to increase variance 1 with the front yard setback to 10.36 meters, which is really for the garage portion, and to ensure that this application is tied to the site plan that I believe is noted as submitted to committee. And I'm looking at
February
date.
4th.
Does anyone have?
Yeah, February 4th.
2020. Okay, February 4th. Thank you. That's my motion.
Thank you. Seconder? Seconder for the motion?
Yeah, should we just tie all of the variances to the site plan, or, yeah? Okay. All right, I'll second that.
Substantially in accordance with the site plan?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Mr. Allison seconds the motion. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Carried. Your application has been approved as amended. All right, item 7, 136 Fairlawn Avenue. This is an application for a new detached dwelling with a balcony in the front and rear yard. I'm just confused about my notice here. Okay, we have variances for minimum front yard setback, rear deck projection, second floor balcony, south side yard setback, height of front exterior main walls, building length, south side yard setback, north side yard setback, and area of a platform at the second story. On file, we have a survey, plans, site and tree photos, and a transportation services report. Do we have our applicant with us today? Go ahead, if you could state your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Han Zhu. Address 40 Volgo Road, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, everything is as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Panel, do we want a presentation on this item? Yes, okay. So you have 5 minutes to make a presentation, please.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair, members. So today we're having 6 variances today for this semi-detached dwelling, primarily with, as mentioned. So with the proposed construction, we're proposing for a rear yard 1-story addition above an existing finished basement. The front yard, it's an enclosure to an existing porch. The front yard setback currently sits at 4.56. The porch was previously enclosed, I think about 3 or 4 years back, without a permit. So we are rectifying that currently as well. We're proposing for a maximum depth of 19 meters to accommodate for the enclosed porch, as well as a front yard parking and landscaping reduction. So just to clarify with the actual proposal, the lot is very shallow at 5.49 meters. So according to landscaping, I'm not sure with regards to the zoning, because we've attempted to reach the zoning examiners, but by definition for front yard landscaping, according to chapter 800, means an area used for trees, planting, decorative stones, retaining walls, walkways, and other landscape features. If you can pull up the photos of the existing property, so you see at the front, we basically have a parking pad, a path to the primary dwelling, and a path to the rear yard with a landscape strip between the semi-detached dwelling. So that's 138 or 136 Fairlawn Avenue, as well as a retaining wall garden feature directly in front. So by definition, we are 100% landscaped, with the exception of the parking space, which is excluded. In terms of soft landscaping, of the actual landscaping, which is with the removal of the parking spot, should technically be at 40.06% in terms of soft landscaping. This is with regard to the strip as well as the garden feature in front of the property. Just because of the size of the property, we do have majority of the landscaping actually covered by the proposed parking lot. You can see that on the site plan as well. In terms of the front yard setback, we're keeping everything as existing, so nothing is being done. In terms of parking in the front yard, transportation has commented quite late, but we have managed to speak with them. There is a license for off-site parking, so the front yard parking is allowed by transportation. They have made a question with regards to parking depths. Due to clarification, they were recommending for deferral for this variance. We have spoken to Dan, who has provided the comment letters, who mentions that he will be providing clearance for this as well, just because of the existing conditions and that nothing is being changed. So he just wanted clarification of that. I do want to mention in terms of front yard setbacks as well as building depths, this is something that's very similar to the street. Similarly for properties 132, 128, 138 Fairlawn, which is directly west of our property, as well as 2 houses and 3 houses down on the east side, has a similar building depths in terms of the rear yard projection. Our projection will match the adjacent semi-detached dwelling, and it will not protrude beyond it, and it will only be a single-story extension versus a 2-story extension, as per 138 Fairlawn. And in terms of landscaping, you saw it from the previous photos, it's the exact same landscape feature as the shared driveway between 136 and 134 Fairlawn Avenue. Just speaking to the blocks, I believe this is a fairly common situation on the overall block, as there are considerably, just in the general neighborhood, I believe there are about, on this street, I noted at least 14 variances of similar natures for building depth, setbacks, as well as landscaping, and this is on Fairlawn Avenue itself. I think that's all the time I have, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Marziari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify one thing. So parking space is not considered landscaping. It's neither hardscape or softscape. You cannot consider landscaping. So that's why you have the hardscape. But my question to the applicant is, can you clarify how many years have this space been using as a parking space, and also if the pavers are permeable? Do you know that?
The pavers, by look, for interlock, it should not be permeable. I don't want to say otherwise. In terms of a parking space on this property, as far as the current owners have had the property, it's been used. And as old as photos go back from 2007, it's been used as a parking space.
Other questions?
clarifies.
Mr. Allison?
I just want to get some further clarification, a comment made about the landscaping and/or soft landscaping. I think the applicant submitted that with the exception of the parking pad, the entire front yard is 100% landscaping? You said landscaping? Okay.
Correct. By definition, yeah.
By definition, yeah, okay. I might ask, with respect to the soft, actually, let me actually start by asking, there is a right-of-way noted on the survey that's shared between this property and the adjacent dwelling, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, and do you know, where does that right-of-way terminate? It looks to me, and I may be incorrect, just looking at the survey, that the parking pad has actually been located on the right-of-way, or at least part of it.
Part of, but based on the previous, so the survey was dated in 2017. It was completed. Was the previous addition when it was made. So the pavers was adjacent to the right of way, and that's for both sides of the property according to the survey. And the paver size, according to the existing survey, does meet the minimum width of a parking pad.
I don't think I'm understanding correctly. On your site plan, you've indicated the parking pad area, 3.47 meters by 5.6 meters. And you can see that on the east side of that pad, directly adjacent to the right-of-way, it looks like there's some encroachment into that right-of-way. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct.
So
we may have this adjusted to match the right of way. Just because of the way that the curb is situated slightly in.
I think
that's
you
why
might
we've relocated.
Yeah, I
like,
think you
we
might need
positioned the
to.
driveway accordingly.
Transportation didn't catch it, but my understanding at least is you have a right of way shared with a neighbor, you need to maintain access. You can't propose a parking pad on there. Okay, and another question just with respect to the landscaping in the front yard. I realize with the exception of the parking pad, I take your submission with the exception of the parking pad that everything else is landscaping as per definition of the bylaw. Is there any opportunity to increase the soft landscaping, particularly on the east side of the porch as it wraps around, or by having the walkway come off of the driveway? Because you've effectively eliminated almost all of the soft landscaping. And, even I look at the site photos, which I don't think are accurately, I should at least say they're not consistent with the site plan. You've got a retaining wall for that grassed area, which comes all the way up to the last step. But on the site plan, that too is being depicted as soft landscaping. So, I mean, with the exception of that very, very small bit of planter, what's left of that planter, there's almost nothing left. What might prohibit you from providing a little bit more soft landscaping in the front yard?
We can propose, like you mentioned, adjacent on the east side of the front porch. I think that's the least obstructive, both for the existing conditions as well as, to mimic the, at least the street view between 134 and 136. We can propose the additional garden feature on the east side of the porch and parallels to the right of way.
Okay. I'm going to put you on the spot then. If that is a possibility, what would the variance be improved to? And we may, Madam Chair, if that's an option, we may have to provide the applicant some time to come up with that calculation
So I'm just looking at the plans right now,
Or-
sorry. It's so the area roughly where the extent of the garden feature retaining wall is to the right of way and all the way back to the primary dwelling main wall will be 2.3 meters in area. Sorry, um, sorry, so it's 2.3 square meters, sorry.
Do we need, so are we, if we were to make a modification, is it the applicant prepared to provide a number to the variance, or do we need to stand this item down, or perhaps I would be in, yeah. Because I'll be honest, I'm generally supportive of the application. I do have some concern with the soft landscaping. There's got to be at least some effort to maintain something in the front yard.
I will just add that there was
So
soft
right now I've
landscaping
noted-
previously. So if you look at Google Maps, which is an older photo, I take it this hardscaping has been done fairly recently.
Yeah.
And they removed everything there was sort of mutual to the west, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if the applicant might want to defer the application to have some time.
I should just also note too, in
Can
addition
I
to
add
the
one thing?
variances for the driveway, the exclusion of the landscaping, they've also got now a walkway too, which is effectively eliminated all of it. A lot of these things could have been mitigated to bring this in line with the four tests. So, okay, those are my comments.
I think Mr. Marziari. Comment?
Yeah, I want to just add one more thing. I think the right-of-way is an issue. I am supporting this application, but I think the right-of-way should be shown on the site plan. I cannot vote on this without seeing the right-of-way and the clear size of the parking path. So I think probably deferral is the best option for the applicant.
All right, so to the applicant, it could be in your interest to defer this application. Committee can make that decision, but at this point, there are a number of concerns with the material that's been submitted and how it's indicated. So do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, we're willing to defer to adjust these recommendations by
With
and then come back at
particular,
another date,
yeah, I think,
with the adjustments to site plan.
right, you might want to check with staff how, to make sure your dimensions are correct on the site plan as to what's required for the parking pad and to accurately dimension the right-of-way between the two houses. The way the pavers have been done, I think that the paver pattern border looks like a parking pad and it encroaches on the right-of-way. I think that's part of the issue, even though you've depicted the parking pad separately on the site plan. But it's just to clarify all those numbers so that committee can clearly see what's intended and and look at opportunities to increase the soft landscaping.
Okay. Yeah, we're willing to make that adjustments.
So that's a request to defer.
Yes, please. So yes, we will request to defer the application to make the adjustments to site plan.
Okay, thank you. So let's take this into committee. Anyone have any comments, or I think it's pretty clear what we're looking to do. So does someone want to make a motion?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion to defer this application so the applicant can work on site plan to clarify these items.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, your application has been deferred. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Item number 8, 40 Snowden Avenue. So this is an application for a new 4-story multi-family residential building. We have variances for height of a building, building depth, height of front and rear exterior main walls. On file, we have a survey, plans, revised plans, arborist report, cover letter, presentation material, urban forestry memo, a counselor letter, 2 letters of support, and I counted 68 letters of opposition. There could be more. I know we have a lot of people in the audience here today regarding this matter. So first, let's have the applicant. And please state your name and address.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Adam Layton. I'm an associate principal with Goldberg Group. We are the planning consultant and agent on behalf of the owner of the property, Mohammed Reza Lotfi.
Thank you. And do you have any changes to make to the application?
Yes, I might summarize just how we've gotten here today. There have been a very furious effort with staff at the city to address some of the comments. I'm happy to report that we've been able to reduce the overall height variance from 11.74 to 11.49. We've been able to remove the requirement for the main wall height altogether. The building depth request remains the same, and we are also in the process of working with urban forestry staff to address their concerns about the tree removal. But
through you, Madam Chair, can we just have the applicant run through? We'll put up the public notice.
We're just going to put up the public notice and ask.
If you're going to make changes, we'd like you to refer to the variance number.
If we could zoom in, I'm just having a little trouble seeing the. Variance number 1 regarding building height. The maximum height is 11 meters. We are seeking 11.49. The variance number 2, the building depth, the maximum permitted depth is 19 meters. We are seeking 19.6, so that does not change. And variance 3 can be removed.
Thank you. All right. So we will start with a presentation. We have a number of people here regarding this matter. So you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Certainly, and I might ask if staff could pull up the presentation materials. We have reviewed this, many of the correspondences received from the members of the public. We understand this is a very popular application today. And so I will try to address comments or concerns that have been raised as we go through. So I'll just wait until the presentation gets brought up. And suffice to say, we have provided our justification for the 4 tests in our cover letter dated February 12th. I trust the committee has received that circulation. So we are here today to discuss the redevelopment of the property at 40 Snowdon with a new multiplex dwelling, a 4-plex dwelling, which is a permitted use under the zoning bylaw. It is, in my opinion, a very attractive modern design building, which advances the vision and intent of the city's housing action plan, and specifically the expanding housing options through neighborhoods amendments that were implemented in 2023, which allow multiplexes as of right across all residential zones. And that is codified in a site and area specific policy in the official plan, which, given that it is a more specific policy, the implementation section of the official plan clarifies that it supersedes the general provisions of the neighborhood designation. Starting with the first slide, we have just some examples of modern architecture proximate to the subject site to the extent that that is a concern. It is, as I think the committee will note, an area that is very much in transition. There is a long history of relief throughout the areas for replacement dwellings. So in that regard, I don't believe the architectural style would be out of context. Moving to the next slide shows the front facade of the proposed dwelling. And the context, it is within that first block on the east side of Yonge Street, and in that regard serves as a transition towards the higher intensity uses that are present along, Avenue Road, my mistake, that are present along Avenue Road. There was a lot of concern raised about privacy and overlook with respect to the proposed rooftop patio. We feel that the rooftop is a nice amenity for the residents, but we do understand the concerns. What this slide shows on the left, and perhaps it's worthwhile to zoom in, is the measures that are going to be implemented to ensure privacy for the residents around the site. There will be a planter ringing the entirety of the rooftop, as well as privacy screens implemented, which is I'm sure the committee is aware, has been implemented in situations such as this across the city. What the images on the right show is just the fact that the rooftop amenity space would not be visible from the public realm. The next slide, and this one we might want to zoom in a little closer to look at some of the details. So what this shows, first I'll start with the colored levels, shows the composition of the building. So we have 4 units, one on each floor, 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as common amenity space in the basement and on the rooftop, which again we feel is a beneficial quality of life item to provide within the building. We have provided some comparisons to height, noting the required height at 11 meters, the original and the required main wall height at 8.5. The original proposal is shown with the black text, and then the adjusted design is shown in the green text. So we have adjusted the main wall height down to 8.49, which is in compliance, and we've adjusted the overall height down to 11.49. And I do note that the 11-meter height is standard across the street within this portion of the RD zone. I did triple check the overlay this morning. It is not specific just to multiplex uses. It applies to all the lands on the east side of Avenue Road. The next slide, I think, is particularly important because there was some comment as to, well, what's the need? Why do we need to get extra height? It's already very generous, which I agree with. However, there is a compelling reason, in my opinion. The left side shows the proposed design. The right side shows what it would take to provide an as-of-right height compliance for the building. Noting that the request, again, is only 0.49 meters, which in my mind is numerically modest. You'll note the blue levels are completely flat, and in that sense, they are completely accessible. All 4 units in this condition would be accessible. There's an elevator stopping at each level, which I think is a beneficial means of ensuring that as many people as possible could potentially live in these units. And I don't mean as many people by population, I mean as wide a cross-section of the population as possible, including those with mobility issues. To make the building as of right would require a minor change, implementing a step on the first floor, as you could see there by the stairs, thereby taking that ground floor unit out of accessibility standards. The remaining 3 units would remain accessible, but the ground floor unit would not, and we felt that, again, as the increase in height is modest and I believe meets the 4 tests, this was a worthwhile endeavor to bring before the committee. Lastly, the next slide shows a comparison of the only other item that is of consideration today, which is the building depth. And I see I'm over my time, but if you'll bear with me, I'll be quick. As the committee knows, the building depth is not measured from the front wall of the building. It is measured from the front lot, the minimum setback. Thus, in this case, where we were actually providing a larger front yard setback to ensure a larger public realm and additional space for plantings, we are pushing it back 0.6, and we need exactly 0.6 in extra depth. The building length, which is different than building depth, does not change. That does comply. And further, if you look at the side elevations, there are no windows in the side walls that would be located at the rear of the building, such that pushing the building back to 0.6 results in privacy or overlook concerns. And then lastly, the last slide shows potential locations for tree replacement if that is deemed to be necessary. Again, we are still trying to work that out with city staff to see if there's an ability to retain the tree, but at this point we haven't been able to confirm that yet, so we're still going to proceed with the worst case scenario that assumes it is to be removed. The last slide, if needed, we go into details, but does show a handful of comparable variances for the various items around the area. But I think that this application speaks for itself, and the variances required both individually and collectively are appropriate and maintain the 4 tests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from panel? Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted a little bit more context about the reason for pushing the building back, which is kind of facilitating the request for the additional 0.6 meters of building depth. Is it just to mitigate the visual impact from the street by providing the additional setback, or?
I don't think there's any one particular reason. Obviously, mitigating visual impact is a consideration. Making sure that we're providing sufficient landscape space, excluding the driveway, is another. We are taking a rather novel approach, which we're still working with staff to confirm about providing a car elevator in the front driveway to provide sufficient parking. Again, that might proceed, it might not. We recognize that might trigger further variances and we might have to come back, but for now, we just felt, again, that in an attempt to ensure that we had sufficient landscaping and mitigate that impact, the extra 0.6 was desirable.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Marziari?
Through you, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions. So first is building depth and building length. It does not include the underground parking and exit stair at the back. It's just for the portion of the building, correct? If you can clarify that. And my second question is the rendering that is showing on the drawing set, it shows that the portion of the front wall on main floor as a garage door, whereas you have a bedroom behind. What is that? It's just misleading. Can you clarify that as well?
I think that might just be an error in the rendering. Starting with the second question, there is no garage proposed. It would just be the driveway with a car elevator. With respect to building length and building depth, that is a question that we are still working with city staff to rectify. We've received numerous zoning reviews, many of which did not include the elevator structure as a component to building length or building depth. So I think this somewhat novel approach is making assessment from city staff somewhat complicated. At this point, the last ZAP that was submitted indicated it was not a component of building depth, but obviously we recognize if it is later determined that it is a component, we may have to modify the buildings or come back for further relief.
Thank
I would also add that recognizing the city has removed parking minimums and instead imposed maximums, in fact, no maximum for fourplexes such as this or any detached house. There is potentially a situation wherein we provide no parking or simply a parking pad in the front yard.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Chair, through you, we have a very late amended letter from the councillor that she'd like to put up, and I don't think the applicant has seen it. So for the benefit of the applicant, would you indulge us to put it up?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Well, I recognize that, again, there is some confusion, and having not had the benefit of this, there is some confusion, as I said, about the interpretation of building length and depth. We would still like to proceed with the variances before the committee today. And again, it's acknowledged if the interpretation is confirmed to be different than the relief, we have the choice to either revise the plans to bring it into conformity with the variance or seek further relief.
All right, thank you. I had a question about your comparables. You had the list of other properties. Are any of those properties multifamily dwellings, or are they all detached, like single detached?
I don't believe any of them are multifamily dwellings. Again, that approval, or I guess the permission for multiplexes was only provided by council in spring 2023, then was appealed. So I don't think there's been sufficient time for that to work its way through, but suffice it to say the multiplex use is I guess not before the committee today. It is really just the development standards. Thank you.
Just clarifying, thank you. All right, any other questions for now for the agent? No? All right, we will proceed to the public. Thank you very much. So regarding the public that are here today, we're hoping you have a spokesperson. Possibly, I know there was a presentation submitted on behalf of the neighbors. It would be helpful if you could limit your remarks to 1 or 2 people. We don't need to hear the same information, the same concerns over and over. That doesn't give it more impact. If one person says it on behalf of the group, that is sufficient. But if you have additional concerns that you want to add, you're free to do that. You're limited to 5 minutes for your presentation. So do we have the spokesperson that, or the person who submitted the presentation here? Okay. So I think 15 minutes is probably sufficient for your presentation. If there are other people who wish to speak, that have additional information to add, then we can entertain that. But I think 15 minutes should be sufficient. Yes?
We also have the representative of the Terrace Association and our planning consultant.
So is the planning consultant on behalf of the Residents Association?
On behalf of a single
Person?
single neighbor.
Okay. All right, so they can speak as well, the Residents Association rep and the consultant? Is it the same person? The planning consultant?
Planning consultant is representing
One person?
Jessica right here.
Okay. And but the Residents Association is another person? Okay, all right, so they can speak.
There's no overlap of
Content? Okay. Yeah, it's really one speaker per property address, so.
and I believe there's other speakers that are outside of this group that have
Yep, I understand that. I'm just.
I have no knowledge, or we have no knowledge of what other people would like to do.
No, that's fair. We would just like to start, I think the presentation is probably a good place to start because it's comprehensive. And then if people have additional comments to make, all I ask is that you please bring up new items, not repeat items that have already been brought up. Thank you. Just to clarify, we have the right presentation? Yes?
Am I on? Yes.
And just in the interest of time, we really need to keep it at a 5-minute limit per person.
Yes, so maybe we can go to the next slides right now. Dear Committee of Adjustment, thank you. I'm Alfie Beauchamp, the owner of 44 Snowden Avenue, the east side neighbor of this lot. So when you look at that, it's the right side. We're here today to strongly oppose to the development of 40 Snowden Avenue, along with 84 residents, and a few of them have made their way here, so I thank them very much. They voiced loud and clear their opposition. An unprecedented response indicative of the distress of our community that feels that this is an excessive project. This presentation will highlight a few points raised by neighbors, but bring some proof that this project is not suited for the 30-foot lot. It simply does not pass the 4 test as we looked at it. As you will see from this picture, our neighborhood is made of single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes. All houses are fitting properly and harmonized. You see here one of the few remaining majestic trees on this tree planned to be removed by this development. This is the biggest tree on the block. A clear contradiction to the city's effort to expand the green canopy. The proposal is to replace, and maybe we can go to the next slide, 2.5-story house with the luxury condo building. Because in fact, that's what it is, and that's what the builders used when going door to door last week for the first time, connecting with the neighbors, calling it condo apartments. The building is actually 4 1,500 square foot apartment with rooftop patio, like it was mentioned, hot tub, and a basement suite. This imposing facade will in fact be 6 level, seen from the back. This is absolutely not fitting, as you can see, in our neighborhood. We all know that condo market is 30-year low. There's a lot of inventory of condos available. This project fails to propose what we need to expect as for densification. The government also made it clear that the development must align with local context, fit within the scale of existing neighborhood, and consider the voices of current residents. 84 surrounding families spoke. They said no. Almost 100% of our whole block said no. The imposing building has no place in our community, and it's clear when we look at the picture. The official plans talks about the need for modest intensification that any development needs to respect and reinforce for the existing physical character of each geographic neighborhood. Multiplex should be integrated with the general physical scale, development pattern, and contribute to the public realm, it says. As such, ensure the fit with adjacent building facade. Clearly, it does not. This project fails in all these categories and greatly alter the character of the neighborhood. Without any doubts, we do think that it does not maintain the official plan purpose. A project of this scale will set a precedent that will lead to other similar projects that will ultimately destroy the existing fabric of this community. This established, attractive neighborhood that has existed and gently evolved for over a century. Let's look at this parking situation. The builder apparently taking away my legal access to my garage. One of the reasons I bought this house is, in fact, the access of this garage. When these original homes were built in 1920, so over 100 years ago, they included mutually accessible laneway to their respective garage. And up until this day, it's been used that way. The proposal is again not appropriate and desirable for the land area. It creates further traffic, parking, and safety issue. This is an alarming concern for many of the residents. This block is well known to be ideal street to go on Yonge and from Yonge because of the traffic light on Fairlawn. There's only 2 traffic lights from Lawrence to Yonge Boulevard. As you know, there's many schools. Kids walk home by the age of 10, 11, by themselves often. There's only 13 parking spots, and maybe we can go to the next slide because it shows the street. 13 parking spots paid or 1-hour parking from Yonge to Beaucastle. Spots fills up really quickly because there's a gym F45, there's medical clinic patients, there's kids going to dance class and judo and tutoring. It's all there at the end of this block. Before I hand it to my colleague Mark, I'd like to make a last comment. I'm not anti-development, and I'm quite the opposite. Since a relatively young age, I started to buy triplex, duplex, multiplex, fourplex. I got them, renovated them, and then rent them. I know a bit about plexes. You don't need this to be you don't need something excessive to help densifying the city. This is too imposing, and it will create irreversible damage. Lastly, it would be great to have the builders consult the neighbors throughout the process. Never once they came to us to create a connection. Let me pass the rest to Mark.
Before I start my formal presentation, could I make a procedural point? As the councillor said, I received an email late last night, 11:15, from Natasha. I can't remember her last name. The director in building permits. She said definitively that if they were going to put in the parking underground pop-up facility, it would require a very substantial building length variance. That was unambiguous in the email that I was sent. So I think that there's a degree of uncertainty around that. It was 11:15 last night. This morning at 8:30 was the first time that any plans, as they were showing here, were eliminated from or posted on the website. So from a due process point of view, I concur that we have not had time to assess the implications of their new proposals, and we vehemently disagree with the position that there's ambiguity and uncertainty around the issue.
Sir, can we just start with your name and address? Sorry, should have asked
My
you.
name's Mark Lucy. I am, let's flip to the, there's a slide missing. If you go to the one that has a streetscape rendering, just for a second. My name's Mark Lucy. I am, my wife and I live at 18 Snowden. The house, it's not that picture, the streetscape. The house immediately next to, on the west side of this proposal. It's the gray boxy house that you can't see in this this chart right now. Our contention is that generous new allowances have been granted to developers for multiplexes. They should be adhered to, especially in the very early days of the rollout in Toronto. To be more precise, the specific request in this application for building height and depth variances should be refused at this hearing. Surely developers can work within the ample bounds they've been given here. What about this specific project is so concerning to so many? The picture is not up here, but a picture says 1,000 words. There is a no, it's the picture at the very beginning. This is the unrevised presentation. Thank you. So yes, I'm in that gray box to the left. The picture says 1,000 words. This is a very high building of substantial vertical mass looming over the neighboring houses. I challenge you to find the line that defines the main front exterior wall. Hint, it's supposed to be at 8 meters. That's the height of my house. Yeah, you can't see it. The architectural features obscure this line. This makes compliance with the 8-meter height rule questionable, but I'm no expert, but we all have eyes. How can a structure be consistent with the official plan that says the intent of limiting the height of main walls to avoid boxy or imposing building mass which may overwhelm the public realm? Whatever happened to the concept in the new multiplex plan that says the design of new building facades visible from the public realm will consider the scale, proportion, materiality, and rhythm of the facade to ensure fit with the adjacent building facades? What is the result? A jarring contrast to the entire streetscape of Snowdon. If you flow back to that schematic that was there in the first place, or that you originally were parked on. Okay, that, just roll up a bit, yeah. They originally had a 6-space parking garage pop-up. Is it in or out? There seems to be some ambiguity from the applicant here. So if not, is that a parking pad? We have no idea. From 8:30 in the morning, we've had no chance to review this in totality. Whoops, you know, what's going on here? So it's already been talked about the amenities and the 6-story. I'd like to bring your attention to the 6-story, quote, lightly attached external staircase at the back from the basement all the way up to the party patio. Proposing this rather than an enclosed staircase is a bold engineering move to avoid a larger depth variance, perhaps. Will the final reality ever look like that wispy rendering in the plans? Almost every feature of this proposed design is excessive. It stretches and pushes beyond all reasonable boundaries. And in doing so ignores the today requirements required to make for an environmentally sound addition to the neighborhood. Questions abound from all of this, more from the developer. Please flip again. Or next chart, please. No, not backwards, forwards. Thank you. What about seasonal water table and soil stability in the areas of numerous underground rivers? Neighbors are already installing French drains and sump pumps. Will more and more be the answer? There is a limit, and maybe you are at it already. Foundational integrity, both during and after construction. Flooding and sinkholes will increase. 13 toilets, 4 dishwashers, 4 washers, sinks, sewage, water pressure, issues for all. Halftime at the Super Bowl could be a mess. Where do the bicycle and baby carriages get stored? You need maybe 12 to 15 garbage bins out on Wednesdays. Where are they stored? There's no Nothing in the plan about storage of garbage bins. HVACs, normally on a flat roof, are often there. Where are they? They're not in the plans whatsoever. This is going to be a super hot spot. It is going to be noisy and annoying. The developers have not considered these issues. They haven't consulted anybody prior to springing this hearing request upon us. Their door-knocking campaign only started last week after 83 objections were filed. Sad. Think about the day-to-day life right next to this potentially mismanaged, overreaching behemoth. It will be intolerable. Flip to the next one, and I'll move quickly here. Oh, that's the proposed, maybe in, maybe out. We're not sure. We need to think about it. Maybe we're going to talk to the building department parking structure that has so many flaws that I won't get into today, but it is seriously flawed. Flip to the next one.
Madam Chair, is the intent 5 minutes each?
Yes.
Okay, the soft landscaping is a problem. Flip, tree. They want to remove a city tree. We're not too sure if that's going to be needed or not anymore. Urban forestry has weighed in, but we're not too sure. Next slide, please. Or we can just flip to the end. Move past that. So in conclusion, I'll just conclude here. The problems with this proposal are easily foreseeable, and its inevitable struggles will erode public confidence in the multiplex project in this initial effort. Rather than early multiplexes that play by the rules, and they should offer a clear benchmark for success in the ones that follow. Multiplexes will inevitably find their proper place in our neighborhood, but this first project should not be one that sets an aggressive, non-workable example like this proposed one does. The variances, like the design, are excessive and unnecessary. I urge you to refuse the request. Christie is the neighbor behind us on the south side of Golfdale, facing the back of the property. She will address her issues of privacy, shade, groundwater, and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Christy Merle, 27 Golfdale Road. As Mark said, the property behind 40 Snowden.
Thank you.
If we could just go to the next slide, I can start. And I'll go one more slide, please. The official plan states multiplex developments will minimize privacy impacts between adjacent dwellings. This development fails at that. As you can see in this slide, the height, depth, and luxury features of this multiplex are incredibly intrusive to its neighbors. Next slide, please. The towering height of this building gives them full access to the backyards of the neighbors, all the way from Yonge Street to Bow Castle. Once private spaces will suddenly be in full view to these residences from their balconies and rooftop patio. That's 25 homes on Golfdale and Snowden directly impacted. What I'm sure they will sell as a great view of the city is not really that for the rest of us. A watchtower looking down at everyone is not a building that harmoniously fits into the neighborhood. There isn't a tree in our lifetime that can grow fast enough to protect this, and the recent privacy screens they've suggested on the east and west walls will only add additional height to this structure that we've already determined is far too tall. Next slide, please. Not only will they have a bird's eye view of all the backyards on the block, but you can see the line of sight impact in every direction, north, east, west, and south. In fact, the east bedroom windows of the building look directly into the bedrooms of the neighboring house at 44 Snowden. There is no privacy. Our sense of security will be diminished as the second, third, and fourth floors in particular rise above the fence line and see the comings and goings of all the households. And let's imagine the inevitable noise from the rooftop party space and the balconies, both the front and back of the building, in a quiet neighborhood of families and empty nesters. Next slide, please. The proposed structure is already 2.6 meters deeper than the surrounding homes. On top of that, the balconies and stairway structure add additional depth that hasn't been accounted for, but absolutely needs consideration. I'm going to take you through an example. This home behind is mine at 27 Golfdale Road. Not only will there be 4 units looking directly into my home, but the walkout entertainment space on the lower level and rooftop patio create 6 levels of access. It removes our privacy completely. Our kitchen and family room, where we spend our time eating meals together and relaxing as a family, will be in full view from their kitchen and family rooms, stacked level upon level and very close to the fence line. Having to live with our blinds closed 24/7 would absolutely harm our quality of life, and I know our neighbors feel the same way. Our backyard, which is currently a private space for ourselves and our kids to play with their friends, is suddenly in full view for this building. This would impact our enjoyment and our comfort level on our own property. Furthermore, the building will cast large shadows onto neighboring properties. Summer gardens and plants will struggle with the loss of sunshine. Homes will lose sunlight in every season, which is so important for mental health and well-being, and groundwater will pond without the sun's warmth to help dry it up. Next slide, please. We're not here to argue against fourplexes. We and the 84, 85 objections from our neighbors are here to explain that 40 Snowdon fails to deliver a fourplex solution that is acceptable. The massive scale, lot coverage, and planning details of this multiplex show complete disregard for the community around it. The proposal makes no attempt to fit into the scale of our neighborhood. It turns once private spaces into an observation gallery, blocks sunlight in homes and gardens, and puts pressure on an already burdened infrastructure. It adds unnecessary safety risk, contributes to traffic congestion, and fails to deliver day-to-day parking, whether it be a lift or not. There needs to be parking for a building this large, and there is none on the street. It destroys a protected and mature tree, covers softscape with hardscape, and fails to consider the underground stream and stormwater management with its iceberg structure. It eliminates the neighbor's access to her garage and misses on even the basics, like where are we putting 12 garbage bins? In doing so, it erodes the livability of our neighborhood, the property value of our homes, and sets a dangerous and irreversible precedent. 40 Snowdon is not a minor variance, is not in keeping with the official plan for multiplexes, and does not pass the 4 test. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping to the time, the 3 of you combined. All right. I would suggest possibly the ratepayers group rep speak next, and or the consultant that somebody has. Oh, thank you very much. Is this, yes, okay. Would you like to go ahead, state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Horst Huniken. My address is 250 Golfdale Road. I am a director and co-president of the Teddington Parks Residents Association, otherwise known as TPRA. I represent the collective interest of homeowners in the same neighborhood as 40 Snowden Avenue. Regarding the applicant's proposal, I respectfully ask that you consider one more point. That point is that the applicant's drawings reveal a multiplex structure that fails to respect and reinforce the existing character of Snowden Avenue as required by the official plan. I refer to paragraph 3.1.3.9 in the official plan. It's titled Built for Improving the Public Realm Through Building Design. It requires that, and I quote, the design of new building facades visible from the public realm will consider the scale, proportion, materiality, and rhythm of the facade to A, ensure fit with the adjacent building facades, and B, contribute to a pedestrian scale by providing a high quality of design on building floors adjacent and visible to the public realm. The application for 40 Snowden Avenue fails to comply with paragraph 3.1.3.9, as has been highlighted by the other speakers. The other speakers made 2 more points, but I won't repeat them. To be clear, our neighborhood is not opposed to the multiplex bylaw as it is written. However, this bylaw is relatively new, so its full impact remains unknown. It's still at an early experimental stage. Our organization asserts that variances should be disallowed at this early stage. Only after several multiplex units have been constructed within our RD zone neighborhood and empirical evidence is available should any variances be permitted. Accordingly, I respectfully urge the committee to reject the submitted and revised application on behalf of the TPRA. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the residents? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have online? Thank you.
It's Terry Mills here. I am the planning consultant, and I've worked with the Teddington Park Association residents and their association on many occasions before. For this item, I have been retained by Jessica Q, who resides at 47 Gulfdale Road and shares her rear property line in part with the subject property. You probably want my address, by the way. I live at 101 Roehampton Avenue in Toronto, Unit 801.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
Sorry. Yeah, I purposely went last because I appreciated working with the residents group on this. That they really spoke well about the project in many respects. And I thought if I was to get in and start talking precisely about this variance and that variance, it might just turn into being all technical and lose the picture that is really painted by the official plan in that section was cited 3.1.3.9. But, you know, the interesting one I find is the architects in this case took a site and then they go, okay, let's do a fourplex on it. What are the requirements in the zoning bylaw? And so when I started looking at this thing, I kept finding you have to look a little further. And for instance, I was the one who noticed that the parking, and I've been involved in other projects with mechanical parking, and I know that the city transportation people have taken interest in this as well, was it didn't provide the parking space between each car to get in and out of the cars. And if they're lifted up and lowered down, you require that. And you required space for whenever there's columns. So once you put that in, then having the idea of a 3-car pan becomes too wide. And at that point, that's a variance. In other words, it'd have to have gotten. You also would need a variance for the front yard landscaping, soft landscaping, because this thing would be much larger coming out of the ground than they had presumed in their drawings. And that's a failure I started finding from time to time on this project, is that they've been so focused on sort of what they could get in as being a fourplex that a lot of things just got left aside. And, you know, this turns up again with, for instance, if you look at the stairwell at the top on the roof deck, they show on the elevation, oh, you won't see that much, that access to that floor, because there'll be a sloped roof over the stairs. On the other hand, if you look at the floor plans for that floor, they actually show a stair and an elevator arriving at the roof level. And then you can walk around the corridor again and go up the stairs again to some level above. Now that makes it complicated for you as a committee of adjustment if you're looking at what you might approve or what you might modify and approve, and saying that would be tied to the plans. When the plans are, ending up in ambiguities that are going to cause nothing but problems down the road. So ultimately, and with the arrival of the latest plans, which I got this morning, and I haven't had a chance to go through them yet thoroughly, and nor has any of the neighborhood, I agree with the councillor that there should be some deferral provided to allow people to customize themselves to what is being shown on these plans. And also there are some things still to be clarified in terms of zoning standards as they pertain to this almost freestanding stair structure in the rear, which, when I've looked at all the other examples of multiplexes that have been done with developed as this whole subject has evolved, I've never seen an exterior stair. They've always shown in the floor plans that the principal stair and secondary stair are incorporated within the building mass itself, which is very much what we see in apartment building. And I can think that when you look at this type of stair, what they have is almost like what you put up as an after the fact when you have a non-complying pre-existing building having to meet a fire code and the like. And that should be built into the structure because it does create quite a phenomenal event in the backyard, which and there are several sections there I can cite about stairs and the like that need to be verified, quite as we again had to go through the chief building official to get a final determination of what was building length versus a retaining wall. Anyway, I see my time is running out, and I will finish off to be polite rather than getting the hook. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here today that wishes to speak that has something additional to add to the comments? Please come forward and state your name and address. Please limit yourself to new comments that haven't already been repeated by the previous speakers.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is May Jean, and I am the owner at 74 Snowden Avenue, located approximately half a block away from the subject property. I have been a member of this community for 31 years, since 1994. My property is one of a number of existing multifamily properties on the street. It is a duplex, one unit on top of the other. It was constructed in the 1920s and is approximately 2,500 square feet. It does have 2 internal or integrated staircases to meet fire code issues. Over the years, I have provided rent-controlled housing to couples, young families, and university students. I am opposed to the project as I understand it this morning. That said, I do urge this panel to consider a deferral of the application for 4 primary reasons: due process reasons and lack of adequate notice; 2, the need for broader consultation; 3, the possible existence of an unregistered easement by prescription in respect of the mutual driveway between 40 and 44 Snowden; and 4, because the balance of convenience favors that this matter be deferred. I learned about this application late last week. I was out of the country when the notice was posted on the property. The notice is not visible from the road. I only learned of the application after the February 12 filing deadline, so therefore you do not have any written submissions from me at all. I am a lawyer by training. I am retired. I am also a retired judge. I like to be prepared for hearings. I have not been able to prepare for today. This subject property is also located half a block or 100 meters from Yonge Street, a major commercial area. There is no indication that the businesses on Yonge Street or the Young Lawrence Village BIA have been informed of this application. They may have an interest because the applicant seeks to eliminate an on-street parking spot. This block has 1-hour parking to support the local merchants. In my view, it is important to support our local merchants, particularly in the current economic climate and under the threat of American tariffs. I've tried to reach out to them, but I have not had any response given the shortness of time. The city has published a brochure called Getting to Know the City of Toronto Committee of Adjustment, and it recommends pre-application consultation with the neighbors. Here, there has been none. I submit that the applicants have brought forward this application in a manner designed to stifle opposition and to give those who are opposed as minimal time as possible to obtain advice and formulate their positions. I think there is a need for broader consultation. The nature of this application raises many issues that transcend this particular application. These issues will inform and impact the development of multiplexes across the city. I mention a couple of issues, just for example. The iceberg garage. I heard for the first time this morning that that garage may or may not be included. My concern is whether an owner should be permitted to install an underground garage, and whether an underground garage should be permitted to be constructed within a front yard setback area. Iceberg houses, and in this case an iceberg garage, are relatively recent developments. There have been ongoing reviews by the City of Toronto looking at the zoning for residential basements. A preliminary report was filed with the city in the fall of 2024. A final report was expected by the end of this year, last year rather, but it has not been yet tabled. It is expected that this report will look at issues such as soil permeability and erosion, injuries to and removal of mature trees, drainage and stormwater management issues, and 4 impacts to the neighboring properties. This final report should be in hand and available to this committee before proceeding with the application. I think there needs to be input from other departments. I've heard from listening to other cases this morning that transportation is involved in some cases, traffic. There's nothing that I have been able to see on the website concerning input from the planning department, the traffic department. There are zoning issues that need to be looked at. Is the garage going to be giving rise to a further variance application, or is it approved or available to these applicants under the current zoning bylaws? I don't believe so. I suspect that this underground parking garage will become either a front yard parking pad, a double-layered front yard parking pad, or a carport or a garage if it's left in the up position. And I think it will be left in the up position because people are creatures of habit and are creatures of convenience. I don't see that this garage will be raised and lowered when it's not in use, active use. Someone's already mentioned the underground creeks. There are environmental issues that present as well. There is an easement issue that I think needs to be explored. There is a letter that has been filed by Mrs. Hall, who was the previous owner of 44 Snowdon, which evidences that there is an unregistered 2.15 easement or right-of-way. I'm not in a position to give legal advice, but I believe that the current owner of 44 Snowdon is investigating that. There are other issues such as the rooftop patio and whether that's permitted. I do note that Cafe TO has limitations in which they can't be close to residences and so forth. I think I'm going over my time. I appreciate the indulgence. I think there is no harm in deferring this matter so that consultations can proceed. I'll summarize by saying that these should have been taken place already before the application. We shouldn't be faced with a number of changes and not knowing exactly what this project will entail. We shouldn't have a moving target about what this building will be. Conversely, there will be irreparable harm to the environment, to the neighborhood, if approval is given today.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I will ask if there's anyone else with anything new to add. Please ensure that you limit your comments to something new.
Hello. Hi, my name is Jennifer Duxbury, and I live at 21 Gulfdale. I'm currently on leave as a landscape architect, but professionally I'm licensed for Ontario and British Columbia. I want to speak to the regards to the landscape and lack of consideration for the water table in our area. As this development is proposed, it's not considering what the current conditions are. We've received several 100-year storms where water is sitting in our backyards like a swimming pool. If this development were to go ahead as is, there's no way that it would not impede their neighbors and force the water even further, degrading the situation. I also encourage photos of currently what the situation is with the snow, and that the proposal as such doesn't consider into what a Canadian winter would look like. The proposed parking garage as such, it's for something in a southern climate. It doesn't work with our existing conditions. I also want to speak to the trees. I know they said that an arborist report has been submitted, but I don't believe this proposal considers, in order for this development to be built, the impact on the existing soil condition would also impede the neighbors' existing trees, which are even further degrading the situation on the existing neighbors. A lot of the trees in the rear backyards are evergreens, which are known for being a surface root. When they go to dig for that underground structure, in order going along with the shoring, there's no way they're not going to possibly kill the neighbors' trees. So that is, as personally, that is a huge impact on our neighborhood. And I also want to appeal that the laws and the rules be upheld. I have a cottage in an unorganized township. That means you're dependent on your neighbors for building good development. I have no doubt that it will become organized in many years. We live in a city of Toronto where we value our communities and our neighbors, and that is why people want to buy in this area. They want their kids to go to schools where there's other families with their values, their education, and that's why we live there. When we have developments that go in that don't consider any of the existing rules in hand, and in fact push the boundaries again and again and again, it's not only this development, if you were to approve it as it's proposed today, it's all the other future developments that go into next week, the week after, and that they lead to a degradation of our community. So with those closing comments, I do appeal that you uphold the rules as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, do we have people online?
Madam Chair, can I just run through the people we have registered here just to make sure? Okay. So we have a Carrie Sobera. She's online. Okay. Okay. Anne Feineken. I'm sorry, I messed up your last name. Okay, you're okay with everything that's been presented? Yes, please, yeah. Yep, that's fine, thank you.
Hello, my name is Anne Flenkin. I live at 39 Snowden Avenue with my husband, William Martoon, and that's right across the street from the Watchtower. And I agree with everything that my neighbors and the TPRA have stated in opposition to building something like this, too big on too small property, and it sets terrible precedents for our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Shelley Grenon? She's online, okay. Ruth Hall.
Hello, my name's Ruth Hall. I live at 79 Cliffcrest Drive, but I was formerly the owner with my husband, Andy Webb, who's also here, of 44 Snowden Avenue. Ditto for all of the comments that have been made, but I also came because the property at 44 Snowden, I owned it from 1990. Prior to that, my parents owned it from 1958. And although there does not appear to be a formal document showing the shared driveway, it has always been that way. I can confirm that. I sent in a letter of objection on which I included a photograph that was on a 1990 evaluation of the property. You can clearly see that there's a car at the back where the garages are. I don't know the date of the garages, but I can definitely say myself that for 65 years, Those properties have existed with a shared driveway because you must, only one car can pass between the two houses. And that's gone with 40 Snowden has had 3 owners that I'm aware of. So that was simply what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Dempster? Is she online? No, we don't see her online, but she's registered to speak in person? Thank you. We'll presume she's opposed. Okay, thank you. So, and Jessica, 47 Gulfdale, we understand Terry Mills has represented. Madam Chair, that's all I have registered right now. Is there anybody else? Sorry, in person. We have some online. If there's anybody else that would like to quickly.
Hello, my name is Frances Cation. I live at 99 Gulfdale. I did send an email in to request to speak. One question I have is the privacy on the stairs, given the visibility that they have on the sightline. Like they've added sort of somewhat ad hoc privacy screens for the roof, but what about those levels and levels of stairs, which, as our other neighbor mentioned, will have layers and layers of snow issues and possible rain issues draining onto all of the different properties surrounding. So, and I strongly oppose this structure. I also have a question. There's a whole lot of us here. Is there a way to register formally all of us who are in attendance, who are here to speak negatively against this development?
If you filled out one of the forms there, you'll be noted in the minutes.
Excuse me, which form?
Should be the one right behind you.
I should mention, I don't think they're actually sufficient enough for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sylvia Dixon. We live at 57 Gulfdale Road. We have 52 years of lived experience at this address. I support strongly all of the comments that have been made opposing this development. And one, in addition to the congestion of traffic, because we are in the first block, I am just 2 doors removed from this development. Our numbers are 27, 47, and 57, but we are actually side-by-side neighbors. The very serious concern of the water table here. We have, in fact, lived through a sinkhole across the street about 35 years ago that required 2 dump loads of fill to fill that. We have had to install drains in our garden, French drains now, in our garden to cope with the heavy rainfalls that come. And this is a very, very serious problem for underground development of these garages and things. We need soil to absorb heavy rainfall. Thank you.
Thank you.
If that's it for in person, we're going to move to online registrants now.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, could we just take a brief 1-minute recess just for one member for a comfort break, please? So if we could just hold on, whoever's on the line, 1 minute.
Madam Chair, perhaps I'll just quickly mention, and maybe for the benefit of some people who have asked, all of the items that appear today on our agenda have been circulated to the various departments in the city. If they don't have a concern or any comments, they will not provide a comment. So it doesn't mean transportation hasn't seen it. It means they are not providing a comment at this time. You'd have to ask Toronto Buildings.
Thank you. We are back. All right, so if we could have our first online speaker. And if you could please, just a reminder to everyone online to bring up any new items. If you've been listening to the residents in the chamber speak to their concerns, if you could try to limit yourself to anything new.
Hi, my name is Carrie Weiland-Sorbara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live at 14 Snowdon, which is 2 houses down from this proposed development. And I was here today and I've dedicated most of my day to listening to this because it is very important for me that I'm able to agree with all the valid objections to this monster development, proposed development. I was a part of a development family, and I think that there is a better way to do a development in a multiplex way than is proposed, a much, much better way. And I'm worried that, especially with the garage, the underground garage, it would turn into a French drain itself. And among all the other obvious issues that we have with this proposal. So thank you for your time. We hope that you are able to hear us and lean in our favor.
Thank you for thanks for your comments. Okay, next person online.
Madam Chair, the resident of 89 Snowdon, which would be Moon Yoon Leong, is not present. The resident of 49 Snowdon Avenue, Anita O'Connor, is not present online. We have the resident of 46 Snowdon Avenue, Nina Diamond, online, but she has not enabled her microphone.
Okay.
And then the resident of 37 Snowdon, Kelly Siros, is not online.
All right, so let's try to engage with Ms. Diamond from 46 Snowdon. Are you there? They're unmuted.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Also, we have an Andrew Richards that have just raised their hand, but I don't believe they've registered. Perhaps we can indulge and let them speak to see if they'd.
Sure.
Okay.
It's Anita O'Connor's husband, 49 Snowdon. I absolutely concur with all the points that have been raised today. I think one of the most crucial things in kind of urban and city planning is that it passes the smell test as well. So I think there's been a number of very wise individuals with good knowledge of the bylaws that have been put in place to show that this is not in keeping with them. I think if ever there was a case where common sense and the smell test is not passed, I think the committee can see that this is absolutely outside of the swim lanes and normal in terms of being in keeping with the neighborhood. The one piece that wasn't brought up in additional to the underground parking that I think is a material issue is it's a huge safety hazard. There's lots of young kids in the neighborhood. If you have a 6-car multi-parking raised platform in the front with no fencing and no guards, if kids get in there, they would absolutely be crushed to death. And that's absolutely unacceptable for any neighborhood. It's not something that anyone would be used to or would be a hazard that people will be watching for, because you don't see them in this type of neighborhood. Apart from that, I concur with all the other comments that were made previously.
Thank you very much for your comments. Sorry, that covered 49 Snowden. So,
He was speaking on behalf of Anita O'Connor.
yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. So, do we have anybody else? Ms. Diamond was the only other, I believe.
And Miss Diamond has not enabled her microphone, so if she
Okay, maybe she's
wishes
just
to
listening.
Yeah, if she wishes to speak, she's gonna have to log out, log back in, and enable the microphone.
I mean, I think we have probably heard a lot of comments. I'm not sure that one more person is going to make a big difference here. Perhaps, if she has a big concern, she could email possibly. Otherwise, I think we are ready to go back to the applicant to hear your responses. Please limit yourself to the comments you've heard, which are extensive. But go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just very quickly, I reached Nina Diamond on the phone, and she authorized Mark to speak, and she's passing along her opposition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I will try and keep my comments brief. I've been taking notes, but if I miss anything, please feel free to let me know. With respect to, there was a lot of references to built form policy and compatibility policy from the official plan. I would again note that OPA 649, which is what gives rise to the multiplex permissions, is a site and area specific policy. It is or what we call a SASP, SASP 826. It specifically recognizes that regulations for multiplexes may differ from single unit buildings. And in this respect, it does provide a set of criteria, which I have reviewed in my cover letter, and those are what are applicable to the multiplex built form, and they do supersede the general provisions of the official plan in that they are a site and area specific policy. In terms of the garage, as we've noted, that we are still investigating that. We are, on the most recent set of drawings, it has been removed. It is not a subject of a variance here today. That is not to say that it might not be a separate variance application in the future. None of the concerns that have been raised, while I'd certainly appreciate that this is a change to the community, and specifically with respect to some of the details that were brought up and suggested were missing from the plan, such as bike parking, waste storage locations, things of the like. I don't believe any of those give rise to a condition that would change the nature of the variances before the committee today. I would also suggest that all those details have been provided on the drawings. With respect to groundwater, flooding, sewage capacity, and the like, it's been my experience, having been a professional planner in the GTA for well over a decade and working on numerous projects, that a civil engineer once relayed to me that in effect, stormwater management actually gets improved as sites are redeveloped, especially given older sites such as this, where stormwater management measures may not have been as advanced at the time of construction, or may have been altered through renovations or construction. This represents an opportunity to bring stormwater management best practices to the current level, and obviously that would be a matter reviewed at the permit stage should this project continue, through the review with engineering and construction services of grading plans and stormwater management plans. Similarly, in terms of groundwater impacts, the depth of the proposed basement is no deeper than any other typical detached dwelling would be. The garage, if implemented, would go deeper, but I am advised that would consist of a watertight structure and would be TSSA approved, so that would address any safety concerns. But again, we've heard the comments and we are assessing whether that gets proposed in any event. The need for parking is acknowledged, and it is in fact in the zoning bylaw that no parking is required for ground-related housing. That includes fourplexes. There was a rendering or a massing model put up. I'm not sure who did that. Certainly, it was not prepared by our firm or by the architect. It is quite a good model. I applaud the person who prepared it. However, I would suggest that it does overlook the potential that any house on this street could be built to an 11-meter height today without potential need for a variance. And in that regard, there were some questions about notification and broader consultation. I'm sure the clerk can confirm, but all materials were, and notice was properly circulated in accordance with the city bylaws and procedures. And I would also note that in the event that this project, there was also suggestion that this, the development should stick to the rules, which I understand. There is some confusion that typically arises at the Committee of Adjustment. We have zoning bylaws. They are put in place for a reason, but we are also allowed to seek a minor variance. I did note in my presentation that we could build this building as of right by sacrificing an accessible unit and reducing the front yard setback. In that case, all that would be required would be a building permit, and there would be no need to come before the committee or consult with the public, and there would be no input required whatsoever. The last item that I think was brought up, sort of two items, there was a comment about the multiplex provisions being experimental. I would respectfully disagree with that comment. They are policy. It is zoning bylaw. It is official plan policy. It is not experimental. The city is monitoring progress to potentially implement changes in the future, but the provisions that are in effect are in effect. So that is the rules we are playing within. And again, we feel the variances are nominal in both scale and impact. And finally, the comment about the driveway. We do note, and I think it was confirmed by the prior owner of the adjacent driveway, we have not been able to find an official registered easement or right-of-way on the property. I do believe that we are leaving sufficient space that if desired, we could facilitate a driveway access to the rear of the property, and we're certainly happy to talk with the owners about that. But in any event, that, again, would not give rise to anything that would alter the nature of the variances before the committee today. So I will summarize by saying, again, thank you for listening to my long list. But again, in my opinion as a professional planner, this proposed variances individually and collectively do meet the 4 tests, and we request that that they be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments of the applicant, or questions for the applicant? Mr. Allison, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be helpful for me if if staff can just pull up the elevation drawings. I'm trying to wrap my head around variance number 3 with respect to the front exterior main walls. I understand that the applicant, or the variance before us, is requesting 8.75 meters, which is, from a quantitative standpoint, they did remove it. Okay. All right. No questions.
Mr. Barnsieri, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, have you been in consultation with transportation? I understand there's no variance about the parking, but it's a very bold proposal for a residential neighborhood to have these car lifts, and I believe I haven't seen that in the city anywhere else within a RD zone. So have you been in consultation with the transportation department, or have you hired a traffic consultant for that?
We've received no comments from planning or engineering or transportation services with respect to the proposed lift. Mostly the discussions have been about the zoning interpretation of the lift. Our office has handled car lifts in other locations, but it is, as you indicated, a novel approach. As far as I'm aware, there has been no concerns by planning or transportation services.
Because there's no variance with that. Usually the department comment when there's a variance. There's no variance related to transportation.
I agree. However, the plans in their entirety would have been circulated, and it is fairly clear from the plans what's intended.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Allison.
Thank you. I maybe asked the same question I was going to ask about variance 3 with respect to variance number 1. I'd just like to understand where, typically when, applicants come to us with building height, we go to the top of the building. In this case, it looks like there's some structures that exceed the height. So maybe you can just point out for me on the elevation, where that 11.74 meter mark is, and then with respect to the structure above it, I'm presuming it's an exclusion from the overall height?
Yes. If we could go to page 5 of the presentation, I can, it's probably the best image to show. So we are, again, we've reduced the overall request to 11.49 meters above the 11.5 meter height. You'll see it's measured from established grade, which is at an elevation of 165.85. There is the red dimension line, which goes up. It is the roof, and then the pop-up structure, the roof access, is a permitted projection beyond the roof height.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No, okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? I don't see Ms. Sankar on the screen. I can't tell if she has a question. Thank you. She says no. Okay. All right, let's take this into committee. Thank you very much. I mean, I can start. I have concerns with the proposal, but I have concerns with the as-of-right proposal. The impact of the as-of-right would be significant in my mind, notwithstanding what's been applied for in the variances. So then I have concerns with the variances as well. I know they're not that large, but I do have concerns. I think that this proposal, I understand the city policies with respect to multiplexes, and they have approved the right for people to do this, but I think the impact on the neighborhood would be significant in this area. Yeah, well, as of right, and or I think the variances just exacerbate it.
Yeah, I think to your point, Madam Chair, it's important to kind of separate out what is actually being asked for today with respect to variances and what is an as of right. And I'm speaking mostly to the residents that showed up, because as a layperson, you may not understand fully, what they're actually asking for versus what you're seeing in a proposal. I have some concerns with the overall, the reason I asked with respect to number 3, the front exterior main wall height, I know it's been removed. I question whether or not the zoning examiner missed the fact that there's an entire story of front main wall all by its set back, but I would have thought that would have been included, but that's a separate matter. It's not before us today, and that also has been removed. With respect to the building depth, the applicant made a really strong submission in that the as of right, the additional 0.6 meters that they're asking for at the rear is a result of an additional 0.6 meters that they're providing at the front. And I think that that variance may be supportable in that regard. I do note, though, this is part of a concern that I have with the enclosure of front porches. That the reason that they're allowed to come back as far as they come forward as far as they are is because the adjacent neighbor has an enclosed front porch. So it looks like for the examiners taking their front main wall from that enclosed front porch, rather than the actual front main wall of the building. But again, it's not so much an issue with the variance so much as it is a maybe interpretation of the zoning bylaw or the as of right. But that again is not before us. I do agree with the variance number 1. I just think is frankly I not supportable. I think from the additional 0.74 meters doesn't include the as of right structure on top, which brings the building height, if I'm not mistaken, to just over 14 meters. But again, if it's an as of right, it's an as of right. It's not a matter that is before us today. So I just, and I really want to make that clear for people listening in to understand we have two variances before us. Certainly from a quantitative standpoint, they're not very much, but and there is perhaps some debate over the qualitative impact or concerns that were brought up with respect to the qualitative impact of those numbers. I don't know, my colleagues have any other comments?
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that is really important for the residents to understand as well, that we have two variances in front of us today. And I think it's important to point out that the as of right would have a large impact on the neighborhood as well with respect to all the items that people have stated today. So we're well aware of that, but the ability to build a multiplex has been approved by council, and there isn't anything the committee can do about that. All we can do is comment on the variances at this point. But I continue to say that I think the impact of these variances is larger than it might be in other contexts, just because of the mass of the building and the height beyond 11 meters. Despite the fact that you could build 11 meters elsewhere on the street, going above that, I don't think it's appropriate given the context.
And I also might add, I don't think that the additional height is restricting the development.
No.
You can still propose a building with 4 units, more or less the same floor plans. You might lose a little bit of ceiling height. I also take the submission that these policies, these EON policies, are relatively new. They are designed to accommodate, taking into account, and the applicant made a very good submission, that they're different, right? The zoning bylaw, the new portion of the zoning bylaw supersedes the provisions of the residential zoning bylaw, and there is going to be a noticeable difference, but it's very hard with a lot of multiplexes that come before this committee when they're asking, let's say, oh, it's only an extra half a meter, when the bylaw, the as of right, is, I think, already pushing those extremes. It's very hard to grant additional variance above and beyond. And I do take the neighbor's submission that, these are relatively new. I think we need to see how these fit with respect to, official plan policies within the neighborhood. And if, to your submission, if this isn't, the as of right is, frankly, you think is too much, then, I would feel that the kind of onus should be on the chief planner for this and not our committee to say it was the committee of adjustment that approved this, but really it was a result of as of right planning. I'm a little torn with respect to variance number 2 because I think the applicant makes a good submission. I disagree with the interpretation because it is taken from the neighbor's front porch, but not in support of variance number 1. So I don't know how my colleagues feel.
I just also want to point out that the parking structure that's been discussed there's no variance requested for that.
It's not before us at all.
It's not before us. So if they, as the applicant indicated, if they submit plans to build such structure and are told by zoning that they have to get a building depth or length variance for that purpose or some other variance of any kind, they would have to come back before the committee to do that. So I suspect it's also not something that's that economical to build. So chances are they may not go ahead with it because there is no parking required for multiplexes. And in fact, most of the multiplex applications we've had don't include parking that we've seen. And we've seen some. We haven't seen lots, but we have seen a number of applications.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Ms. Peralta has her hand up. Ms. Sankar, has her hand up.
You're back. Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks so much. And I hear all of the comments that panel members have made. And I do understand sort of the push for, affordable housing within our city, and, the fact that we are very sensitive to multiplexes. But I take the stance of the fact that, as of right, yes, they have the right to build it, but why would I make it worse for residents who have clearly come out of wherever it is that they did, put their groups together, spoke amongst each other, came out, wrote down everything that they had to say, are clearly impassioned about this. And so from that perspective and a human perspective, I think the impact is huge. And so from my point of view, I can't accept this application. So that's my view.
Thank you. All right, so would someone like to make a motion? Take a stab at a motion?
Ms. Peralta, perhaps? There we go.
Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to, I had heard some residents say defer, but I just feel we've gone through this. There is no deferral. I think that they have a right to build as is, and maybe should, without coming here whatsoever, because even in the small variances that you think is small, the impact is huge. And in terms of human, and the impact of the neighbors and the character of the neighborhood, I'm going to say I'm not deferring this. I'm putting a motion to deny this application.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder, please? Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. All in favor of the motion before us? That's unanimous. The application has been refused. All right, please refrain from clapping. We're really behind on this agenda now, so we'd like to move along. Item number 9. Oh, do we need a break? Is everyone okay? 5 minute break. Very, very quick. Actually, 5 minutes. Thank you.
says they're running well behind. Desks first. That side.
Staff, are we able to start? All right, I think we're ready to start with item number 9, 115 STIBBARD Avenue. This is an application for a new 3-story dwelling through interior alterations and additions to an existing 2-story dwelling. We have variances for height, building length, floor space index, area of a platform at or above the 2nd story. On file, we have a survey, plans, revised plan, site photo, and urban forestry memo. Do we need a presentation, panel? No. Do we have the applicant with us?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Name and address, please.
My name is Ali Shams. I am an architect representing Artisan Architects. Today, my address is 1100 Shepherd Avenue East, Unit 309, Toronto, Ontario, M2K2W1.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make to the application?
No, no changes.
All right, thank you. I don't think we need a presentation today unless there's something you want to point out to the committee.
No, I just wanted to note that this is not new construction. It is on renovation and addition an existing two-story building with all the difficulties this kind of design has in nature. However, we try to design a humble project with which integrates to the fabric of the neighborhood, and I hope that we are successful in this application and we can get this approved by your support.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Anyone? No? All right. We will take this into committee then to make a decision. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Sure.
Oh, I see Ms. Sankar, but Mr. Fazeli beat you to the...
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, thank you. I think it's a very straightforward application. I think it satisfies the four tests, so I forward a motion to approve with the condition of the forestry number 2.
Thank you. Do we have seconder?
I second that. And
Mr.
I wanna
Mars,
add that
yours?
it's a very interesting design. Usually we don't see this much
No.
articulation in the building, so well done.
Okay.
Support that.
There you go, applicant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naziari.
All right. Everybody, all in favor of the motion, then we have to approve? That is unanimous and carried. Your application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And
Item 10, 15 Highmount Avenue. This is a new 2-story dwelling. We have variances for rear deck projection and height, front yard setback with the vehicle entrance through main wall, driveway width, parking space length, setback to shoreline hazard limit or stable top of bank, west side yard setback, east side yard setback. I think I wrote that twice. All right. And on file, we have a previous decision from 2017, a survey, plans, tree plan, arborist report, TRCA comments, urban forestry memo, ravine and natural feature protection memo, and a letter of objection from 19 Highmount Drive. Do we have the applicant here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your name and address.
Good afternoon, committee members and staff. My name is YONGE. Address is 6 Rhodes Avenue in Toronto. I'm the applicant and the architect for this application.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, we don't have any changes.
All right, thank you. Panel, do we want a presentation on this one? No? All right. We do not require a presentation unless there's something you want to point out to us. We can just take this into committee to make a decision.
I just want to mention in the development of the design, we have conducted extensive consultation with the city and TRCA staff. We have changed the design multiple times to reduce the number of variances and to improve the top of bank condition at the rear. And in addition, we did position the structures and paved surfaces to minimize the impact to surrounding trees. With regard to I did read the objection from the owner of 19 Highmount regarding top of bank, and the concern was addressed through consultation with TRCA, and further measures will be taken as part of the TRCA permitting process to ensure stable top of bank is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's take this into committee. Comments or a motion?
Madam Chair, happy to bring a motion. Just a very, very brief comment. Typically, I have a little bit of concern with respect to garage entrances and larger driveways. But I do note in this application that the massing kind of reads more horizontally. And I think it meets a test of fit, certainly in this regard. Also, I might note that the smaller garage specifically accommodates access for parking to the secondary suite unit in the basement, which I think is good. I mean, otherwise you'd have the car parked in the drive. It's a pretty good application. I do note that there was some concern with respect to the neighbor and stable top of bank. So it's good to hear comments from the applicant that they have been working with RNFP. And I do also see they have written a report and provided us standard conditions. So that assuages that concern. So if there are no comments, I'm happy to bring a motion to approve the subject application with RNFP condition number 1, as noted in the report, and urban forestry number 2 and 3.
I second that.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is unanimous. Your application has been approved. All right, item 11, 341 Glengarry Avenue. This is an application for a rear one-story addition to fill under existing second-story area and new rear deck. The variances are for platform coverage, west side yard setback to an addition. On file, we have a survey. We have 4 letters of support from 339, 348, and 350 Glengarry Avenue and 322 Florence Avenue West. That is all. So do we have our applicant with us today?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Nicole Weiser of 236 Emerson Avenue, and I'm the agent and designer for 341 Glengarry.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No changes, nope.
Great. Okay, thank you. Panel, do we need a presentation? I'm thinking not. No, we do not need a presentation. So unless there's something you want to point out specifically, we'll just take this into committee to make a decision.
I think this is a pretty minor application, and so that everybody can go to lunch. I'm happy to forgo a presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take it into committee.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. If there are no comments, I'm ready to make a motion from other colleagues. No,
Go ahead.
I think it's a straightforward application. I believe it's minor, satisfies the 4 test. So I'd like to forward a motion for approval.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Sankar seconds the motion. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous and carried. Your application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the morning session. 1 hour? How about we resume at 3? That's a little less than an hour. At 3 o'clock, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.